Я в первый день так делал. Тоже там.
Потому что
Dear guests, dear speakers, apologies for the delay again, so we'd be waiting for some speakers to come, and I think now we have a quorum, though some would come a bit later. Vlad? Yeah, no, we're just about to start, so I would you have a seat here, or? Hold on. Okay. Okay, so these two seats, just for understanding, would be reserved for a representative from China, who would be coming a bit later with the interpreter. Right. So let us quickly start. And first of all, I would thank the organizers of this wonderful event and those who came a relatively early morning through this, disruptive gate. I would, of course, thank our dearest guests from multiple BRICS countries. I would start with my Russian colleague Vladislav Berezovsky, the business development. Sorry? Cannot hear. Okay, so first of all, let me present Ms. Galina, who presents the UN Global Compact, who is the organizer of this session, right? So, and then I would continue, introducing other speakers. Galina, so please let us know if let us hear a few words from your side.
Thank you very much. I'm very welcoming everybody and honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Under the auspices of the UN Global Compact Network Russia, I'm delighted to welcome you to COP28 and to the session, Market Mechanisms to Reach Net Zero. The UN Global Compact has always been and remains the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative and platform where business is considered a force for good. By catalyzing action, partnerships, and collaboration, we make transforming the world possible and achievable for organizations large and small, anywhere around the globe. The leadership of the business is fundamental to the global effort to deal with the climate emergency and to accelerate the transition to a carbon-neutral market. And this session gives us an excellent opportunity to explore deeper understanding of how net zero can be achieved through various market mechanisms and whether these mechanisms should be adjusted regionally. And the UN Global Compact Network Russia is very happy to see delegates from various countries, including Russia, Brazil, India, South Africa, and China, to speak at this panel and to discuss all these questions together. And now I would like to hand over the floor to Vladislav Berezovsky, the Business Development Director at Carbon Zero, who will set the tone and framework for our discussion. Thank you and enjoy you all.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I ran through all queues in the beginning, so I'm a little bit overwhelmed, but I suppose you have the hottest keynote speaker today. Sorry again. About the session. Organizations working to decrease their carbon footprint have a variety of mitigation options, such carbon offsets and renewable energy certificates or energy attribute certificates. Today's speakers will be discussing both of them. I suppose that it will be great at the beginning briefly mention the difference between two of them. Because they look similar. Both of them are tradable rights, but they have different sources, units of measure, and purpose to use. Carbon offsets are the results of the implementation of verified project that designed to reduce GHG emissions. There could be projects such as reforestation, building new renewable energy sources, waste management, and others. So one offset equal to one CO2 reduction. 1 ton of CO2 reduction, and buying them, companies could offset their scope 1 emissions. There are a lot of discussions between experts about voluntary carbon markets. For example, SBTi initiatives considered offsets only as an additional option for businesses, but I suppose that better buy an offset that to do nothing at all. While energy attribute certificates represent a unit of electricity production, one certificate equals 1 kilowatt hour or megawatt hour produced from renewable energy sources. And we couldn't track electricity and the large power system with an enormous number of electricity consumers and producers, so that's why we need them. And we could use them to calculate businesses' scope 2 emissions. So one of the future trends it is to support with renewable energy certificates to build truly new renewable energy sources. So one of the newest trends is granularity on that market. That means that consumers want to match by hourly their electricity consumption with certificates. A few words about the future markets. Analysts predict that the voluntary carbon market will grow from $2 billion in 2022 to $25 billion by 2030. And renewable energy certificates market has already reached $14 billion value, and it could reach about $100 billion by 2030. We are in Russian pavilion, so a few words about that markets in Russia. We have a renewable energy certificates market. It is pretty small in compare with others. It is about $2 million this year, and we predict that it could be about $200 million by 2035. And on that market, we are limited by supply side, I suppose, because there is about 20% production electricity from renewable energy sources. And on carbon markets, we could see only individual deals at the moment. One of them was on that Thursday on Moscow exchange. However, it could be the same size as certificates market if large Russian companies save their GHG reduction commitments. Thank you for having me, for attention. Please have a great session.
Thank you, Vladislav. Right. Maybe a quick follow-up question, Vladislav, just so that we kind of have more dialogue, right? Because we have quite a close circle today, so we have a great chance to speak freely. So my question would really be, how would you see these instruments that you just talked about, REX markets, carbon markets, to evolve, right? So how do you see, what's your expectation of their next steps with these markets?
Yeah, as I said, one of most important questions is additionality. So, for example, without using carbon offsets, we could reduction the real GHG emissions. So that's why this market have a lot of questions from experts. But as I said, in energy systems, it is much better to build a large system. It is more efficient, more sustainable. So in that kind of case, we have only REX to track that positive right from producing electricity on renewables. So I suppose one of the way to drive that market is also could be cooperation between businesses, for example, share their effort to build new power plants or run new climate projects that could, for example, with a nature-based solution or something. That could show great results, I suppose, in the future.
Thank you so much. That's a great one. I can totally relate to what Vladislav mentioned about cooperation, because as a business lawyer, I would say that, you know, it's quite common for businesses to share the risks as well as profits, and in this case, green attributes. So I very much welcome to see how, you know, corporates come together in some form or another and then co-invest into new renewable plants, or not only renewable plants, and also, you know, do effectively any climate solutions just to generate kind of common good and share the profits, as I said, and green attributes. So my next question would be to Mr. Kovadia, if I may. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing the names, your name. So Mr. Kovadia, would you please run us through briefly on the South African perspective on the, you know, all these market mechanisms what we have in South Africa, such as carbon tax and maybe other ones? Oh, Harlan, I would just give you a mic. Up to you, if it's comfortable.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. You see, I'm the only person with notes, and that's because I'm probably the only person here who's not an energy expert, so that's why I've got to take notes, not the PhD lady next to me. Okay, let me just paint a context in South Africa before I talk about the market-related instruments. South Africa, in our sort of energy journey, has to consider the fact that we are a country currently that's facing significant social and economic problems. Our economy is not growing. We have amongst the highest unemployment rates in the world. We have one of the highest inequality rates in the world. And so as we move to cleaner energy, we have to do so in a way that doesn't make that situation worse. And as we put into place market-related instruments and enable private sector to play a critical role in the energy transition, we have to ensure that we don't actually increase the inequalities in the country. We don't actually increase unemployment in the country. And so we need to manage that quite well. The other context is that we have a severe energy problem at the moment. I'm sure a lot of people in this room have heard of our unique term for that, load shedding. There was a time earlier this year and last year where we didn't have lights across in many parts of the country for about 6 to 8 hours a day. And so in the midst of load shedding, we also have to look at energy transition. We are working quite closely with government at the moment and providing capacity for government to address the load shedding, to implement the plan, energy action plan that the president has, which if implemented in the next 2 years, will open up significant space for the private sector to get to be involved in renewable energy generation. And so we're working quite hard at that. So that's the sort of context that we have to look at. We would certainly look at, and I think not too different from many other countries, but probably at different stages of development, we would look at a combination of renewable certificates and carbon offset credits as the key instruments, particularly given our abundant renewable resources. And we have abundant renewable resources. We have lots of wind in parts of the country. We have lots of sun. We need to deal with batteries, the issue of batteries and so on. but we have a lot of renewable resources. Carbon offset credits also for encourage sectors where decarbonization is difficult directly, and so carbon offset credits help in that. We also want to, and trying to direct investments into renewable energy infrastructure, into energy efficiency and promotion of sustainable practices in industries. Another instrument that's beginning to be used in South Africa are green bonds as an effective market mechanism. It's developing in South Africa as we roll out our green taxonomy and we develop our Article 6 framework. Another element of market-related interventions are you will know that at not COP27, I think at COP26, the EU, UK, and the US pledged $8.5 billion to South Africa for their energy transition. And we're working with government currently to convince government that the private sector has projects that can actually be put on the table to use some of that money. And we can also use some of that money to leverage private sector funding in different ways. And that's another source of market-related funding. We're also working with the region, with the SADC region, to see how we can utilize our experiences in the region, which is the development in the region is a bit slow, but we're working with the region to do that. And finally, I think that a governance framework is critical to ensure that market-related mechanisms are appropriately regulated, do not increase inequality, do not increase unemployment. And we do this within the context of a pretty good just transition pathway. And we're working very closely. We have an organization called the National Business Initiative, which is business's sustainability arm, if you like. And through that, we're working with Boston Consulting to put into place a very detailed just transition plan that also looks at opportunities, job opportunities in the transition and not just job losses. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would just straight away ask a quick question. Sorry for standing, hope that's okay. Yeah, I totally can relate to what you said about, we should be careful about any instruments, right? To not make things worse, right? So that's the beauty of the market solutions, that they want to kind of ensure win-win for everybody, right? And not lose-lose. So, and you also mentioned several instruments, and I take it, and you mentioned the abundance of potential for renewables to expand, right? How would you see, the potential for corporates, global corporates, South African corporates, kind of build more power, for instance, or do other, sustainability-related projects, such as creating goods, and whether you see a role for corporate PPAs for that, for instance?
South Africa has a number of globally based corporates, actually, that are leading the charge in renewables. Cecil is one that's looking at hydrogen as well. Another is Sibanye Mines, which is the largest platinum mine in the world, based in South Africa, but also in the US and other parts of the world. And they are looking at significant innovation in alternative energy generation. So to a great extent, the South African corporate sector is actually leading the charge in transition. And we agreed with government for significant targets at the various COPs, and we intend to meet those targets. And that is why South African corporates are also trying to work with government to try and address some of the energy problems that we have, to ensure that the plan that the president announced for transition which will actually create a more diversified energy sector in the country. And the president's own plan actually talks to, in the next 5 years, 80% of new energy being generated by the private sector. And so the private sector plays a critical role. There are some global organizations that are innovating significantly, and we work very closely with government to ensure that we do that in a responsible way.
Right, thank you very much, and I apologize for lack of mics here. So now, if you don't mind, we would move from South Africa to China, if that's okay. And I would kindly ask Professor Zhao to share a perspective on a Chinese perspective on the market mechanisms. For instance, we know that China has, I think, world's largest emission trading scheme, right? Making it world's largest carbon market. So why don't you say a few words about that, Professor Zhao? Thank you very much.
好，谢谢。那个中国的碳达峰和碳中和的目标是30年前碳达峰，60年前碳中和。那么为了推进这个目标的完成，碳排放权、碳交易市场的机制的建立是一个重要的政策工具。
So China has set the target whereby we reach the goal of a carbon peak at 2030 and carbon neutrality in 2060. To reach this target, the carbon trading mechanism is an important tool.
中国现在在2021年已经启动了全国的碳市场，那么到现在已经经过了2个履约期。那么这个碳市场现在覆盖的是电力行业，那么虽然只有1个行业，但是它的覆盖的碳排放量占到全国总排放量的45%。那么企业的电力行业的企业，大约有2000多家。那么这个碳市场的体量也是全球最大的这样的一个碳市场。
By 2021, China has launched the national carbon trade markets, and so far we have completed 2 performance cycles. We cover one sector, which is the power, though there's only one sector, but we see that the amount that it covers is quite enormous. It accounts for 45% of the electricity generated in China. And it covers a total of over 2,000 companies and enterprises. So it's enormous, and it's the largest market in the world.
中国的特色是我们在启动全国碳市场之前，将近10年前，我们就有了7个地方的试点，来为启动全国碳市场做准备，积累经验和各种的经历。那么现在呢，这些碳市场呢还在继续，这区域的碳市场还在继续发挥，探索一些新的机制、一些新的模式这样的作用。那么这个是中国建立碳市场的一个很大的一个特色。
One unique feature about China's carbon market is 10 years prior to the establishment of national emission market. We have 7 regional pilot zones which has been established. They are still up to today, they are still working and they are exploring new mechanisms and new modes.
我来自中国科学院广州能源研究所，那么我们所当时就是在广东的碳市场的设计和运行中是发挥了一个核心的作用。
Personally, I come from the Guangzhou Institute of Energy Conversion and China Academy of Science. So in the establishment of the local markets in Guangzhou, our institute has played a critical role.
那么刚才这个是说到了那个碳排放权，就是强制性的这样的一个市场建立。另外，中国还有一个温室气体的自愿减排的交易机制。 那么这个机制的话，在最近这个随着这个双碳目标的推进的话，那么最近这个 CCER 作为碳市场的一个补充机制的话，最近即将再开，那么就是再启动。那么这个呢，在国家有整套的这样推进的这个举措。而且在10月份，那么我们生态环境厅也公布了新的4个方法学，那么这个是和碳排放权市场一个互补的这样的一个机制 CCER。
So apart from the compulsory carbon emission market, we also have a voluntary carbon emission mechanism, which is the CCER. Because China's national government has spent a huge effort in pushing the dual carbon peak goals of the country. And in response to that, the National Department of Ecology and Environment has stepped out for, has launched 4 measures to implement the CCER mechanism.
这个一点体会吧。那么这个碳市场呢，它是一个多种机制的一个优化的一个组合。那么在这个中国这些年的实践的话，我们已经建立了一个完整的碳市场的一个这样的一个框架体系，而且也建立了严格的 MRV 体系。同时呢，那么这些年的这个碳市场的实践呢，实际上也推动了企业的节能和降碳，也是成果是非常显著的。那么最近呢，那么中国除了这个 CCER 以外，我们还有因为中国的这个可再生能源发电规模发展的非常迅速，因此我们的绿证的这样的一个机制也已经启动了。那么鼓励大家使用绿电，也鼓励传统的企业电力呢更多的这个绿色转型。
Okay. So in a word, the mechanisms of carbon markets in China is comprised of multi-mechanisms, and we have explored a complete system. Also, it integrates MRV system. So we have a lot of practices, and they have also encouraged companies to find out new ways to save their energy and reduce their carbon emissions. So CCER is something we need to mention, and it complements our compulsory carbon emission market. Since China has a lot of power generated by renewables, now we also launched the green certificates, and the generation of green power is encouraged, and the transition of the traditional power sector to the green power is also encouraged.
最后一点呢，就是我们现在就是要理顺更加这个碳市场强制性的碳市场、激励性的 CCER 以及绿电的这样的市场，能够充分的各自发挥不同的作用，来共同的那个推进企业和行业进一步降碳，而且推动绿色产业的这个发展。以上就是我的一点体会。
So what we are trying to find out is the balanced interplay of 3 mechanisms, being the compulsory carbon emission markets and the voluntary CCER, as well as the green electricity markets, so that our companies and industries could be encouraged to step up their efforts in reducing the carbon emissions and to grow the green industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhao. Thank you very much for interpreting. Given that we're slightly ahead of schedule, I would now skip the follow-up question, but we would certainly have some Q&A session at the end. Okay. Now, again, switching continents, we would go for Brazil, and I would kindly ask Ms. Rosana dos Santos to share some of the Brazil perspective on the topics that we're discussing. So we know that Brazil would be chairing G20 next year, and if I'm not mistaken, the COP30 would be in Brazil. So Rosana, just tell us a bit, you know, the Brazil experience, Brazil plans with all these things. Thanks.
First of all, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here in the Russian pavilion. I would love to go to Russia once in my lifetime. So yes, Ramon, Brazil will host since yesterday for the next year the G20 presidency, and also we will be holding the COP30 in the state of Pará, in the middle of the Amazon, in 2025, so in 2 years' time. So this poses a lot of responsibilities, let's say the least, for our country to lead some of the important discussions that we are having right now, how to get over a lot of promises and get to things done and get things into reality. So in Brazil, just to give you a perspective on how our electricity grid and energy mix is, on the electricity side, we are 92% renewables. So it's, the country has more or less 220 gigawatts of installed capacity, of which 110 is hydro, 35 is solar, and 30 is wind. So we do have a very renewable mix, but as we were talking before the session, the question here on corporate PPAs is a matter of additionality. So this is working quite well because renewables there in the country are the least expensive. Wind is the least expensive at all, then solar, then hydro, and then biomass. So all the renewables are the least expensive, so you don't actually need a very strong market mechanism in order to foster corporate PPAs, because corporations, they do two things. They lessen their energy cost and they get the ESG stamp because it's the least expensive. So a lot of such PPAs have been in place now, and for the past 5 years, like all the wind expansion, more than 10 gigawatts, was based on corporate PPAs. No, more than that. It's 20 gigawatts, solar and wind. It was based on corporate PPAs. And the simple explanation is that it's the least expensive. It's like half of everything else, because the resources there are very good. 55% capacity factor for wind, and 33% capacity factor for solar, which is higher than the majority of the places of the world. But beyond that, energy transition is not only discussing renewables. Once we are there, once we have this amount of renewables on the grid, what do we do with that to decarbonize the economy? Then the carbon markets, for example, are one of the mechanisms. We do have a very intense voluntary market going on, meaning private regs, private certifications, and people using those regs in order to commercialize green goods and things like that. But we do not have a regulated carbon market. And this is being voted right now, this week, in the Congress, for us to also have this regulated carbon market. It's coming soon. And yeah, I have 1 minute more. Yeah. And it's coming soon, the regulated carbon market. On top of that, one thing that we've been discussing a lot there in Brazil is to use the Brazilian Development Bank. By the way, the Brazilian Development Bank was the largest investor in renewable energies for the past 3 years in the world. So, well, of course, everybody wants money from them to build their power plants and to sign corporate PPAs, anyhow. But this bank is also hosting some of the climate money coming from all over the world. For example, the Fundo Clima, which is for the Amazon, is managed by this bank. So we are talking a lot about blended finance there. And blended finance, not only to build renewables, because this is done by itself, but blended finance in order to help industries, to help the economy to move from a more carbon-based production to a lesser carbon-based production. Steel, for example, is one example. So, and just to finish, just yesterday, something that has everything to do with COP30, just yesterday, the Brazilian Minister for the Environment launched a concept plan to pay for forests that are standing forests, meaning not per carbon, not per biodiversity, but per area. And this mechanism will be proposed to all the countries in the world that have forests, still have forests, like all the Amazon, Congo, Indonesia, all the countries with forests. And this is pretty much a market mechanism, because there is a lot of penalties if the guy doesn't keep his word in keeping the forest standing. So this is just for you to have a first glimpse on Brazil.
Thank you so much. I see that some guests have some questions, but let me have parked them for now, because I'm conscious that some speakers might need to go to other sessions. Well, quick remark. So in terms of what you said on renewables and overall balance, well, lucky you, obviously, in terms of the balance. But yeah, I agree that decarbonizing the grid and effectively putting more renewables into the grid is not the only solution, right? So there are much other things to do. With that, I would kindly ask Mr. Piyush Mohit to bring a bit more, tell us a bit more on the Indian perspective of that. I know that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is the central part of the Paris Agreement in terms of markets, is one of your focus points. So why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks a lot for this invitation. Good morning, everybody. And when I talk about India's journey, our focus so far has largely been on electricity, because India was dependent on coal, which meant about 1 ton of CO2 emission per megawatt hour of electricity generated. So that's where government targeted first. Over the past 2 decades, we now have about 116 gigawatts of solar and wind put together. And that 116 gigawatt has contributed to mitigation of 250 million tons of CO2 in the last year. And that journey moves on. So from 116 now, the government is wanting to take this number to 500 gigawatts by 2030. It's an ambitious number, but yes, we are making that journey. And in some ways, our context is similar to that of Brazil, which is that renewable energy is cheapest in India. So that is happening automatically, whether it is on government side or it is on private corporate side. But what do we do next? Because the net zero target is really huge. So we are very keen on the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, which is basically creating bilateral and international markets for carbon trading. And recently, Government of India has announced 13 sectors where any carbon mitigation will not form part of government's targets. This carbon is free to be traded across the world. And these sectors are, cover areas like green hydrogen and derivatives, thermal energy, several other areas, including carbon sequestration, nature-based solutions. Now, that is critical for India, but how do we make sure that this entire Article 6 mechanism is successful? I am just taking one example, green hydrogen, because we are power producers and we are looking to expand in that area also. When we talk to customers outside of India who are potential buyers of green hydrogen or green ammonia, The real question is, what is the right standard for defining what green hydrogen or green ammonia is? So, when we talk to potential customers in Southeast Asia, the definition of green is different. When we talk to customers in Europe, the definition is different. And when we talk to Government of India, the definition is different. Now, until we have a single definition, how will we know how much carbon is getting mitigated through 1 ton of, say, green ammonia? And until we don't know, it cannot be traded. So it's very important that we are able to, and it is not just green hydrogen, but all the areas which are defined. And green hydrogen or electricity are still easier to define. When you talk about things like carbon removal, nature-based solutions, tree plantation, it is even more difficult. Additionality, how much carbon sequestration actually happened, it is more difficult. So I think it is the right time now. Market mechanisms, etc., are being put in place. Countries are interested. But to me, the real challenge lies in making sure that we are speaking one language, and that is one language of the right standards. Until that is done, it becomes very difficult to create a global market. So, I know that Government of India is quite engaged with different state governments in defining these standards. But once we are able to reach there, then this market really opens up. And I can tell you, 250 million tons of carbon dioxide emission abatement through electricity. With green hydrogen, India can do another similar number by 2030. And 12% of our CO2 emission is coming from one industry, which is iron and steel. If we can make that green, and again, these are more expensive technologies, but once you have carbon revenues flowing in, that is when you have viability gap funding, automatically. Iron and steel, by greening India's iron and steel, that does another 400 million tons. So the potential is really huge, but we need to make sure that the standards are right, and therefore the markets get created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, straight question. So I hope that everybody has time. If not, please raise your hand. So, and probably a suggestion to the audience: if anybody is confused with, what Article 6 is, what additionality is, what PPA is, please feel free, to bring to stand up and ask your questions. But my immediate question would be: so you talked about Article 6 a lot, which is, in my view, as I said, central part for kind of global setup of the global carbon markets. So do you believe that in the nearest future, there would be indeed a global carbon market, or would you see that it's more bilateral state agreements that would drive this area? And I mean, would you see some kind of common ground, common carbon market for instance, BRICS or broader BRICS plus countries?
So my view, things will move bilaterally first, because like Government of India is engaged with Southeast Asian economies, maybe it is easier to move through the bilateral routes first. Wherever there is a difference of opinion in the standards, that can be sorted out more easily than trying to create a global standard. But under the UN Compact, under agencies like CORSIA, etc., on that path also things are moving. So I'm sure, and to answer your question, what is the fastest way? That I think is more bilateral markets. But yes, we are also moving towards global markets.
Thank you so much. And now I would kindly ask Professor Zhao probably to comment on this topic as well, because you've mentioned that Chinese emission trading scheme is the world's largest carbon market effectively. So would you see any potential for Chinese carbon market to be linked with our country's carbon markets, either somehow based on Article 6 mechanism or otherwise? Thank you.
我觉得我觉得这个碳市场哈，那个现在各个地方都有自己的碳市场。我们中国呢，碳市场呢，其实我们一直呢都在探索，都在分析，或者都在探索这个就是扩大碳市场的范围。 那么而且呢，能够更多的跟国际市场呢能够对接。但是呢，就是说在这个互认啊或者对接的过程中呢，它一定有很多的存在的很多技术上的问题，对吧？比如说这个基准线的问题、碳价的问题。那么但是呢，这些都是各个国家呢都在探索自己的这样子一个碳市场的机制。同时呢，我们在建立中国碳市场的时候，实际上也借鉴和学习了很多欧盟碳市场、英国碳市场和美国这些碳市场的一些经验。那么中国碳市场呢，一路走来的话，那么我想也积累了很多自己的经验。那么我们也觉得这个在未来的话，那么走向国际这是一个必然。那么我倒是觉得从这种配额的制度相比，自愿减排的这样子一个这个渠道或者绿证啊这样子交易的话，也许可以更快一点能够实现这样子一个大家的这个联通和互认。那么这个是我的一些想法，因为很多的这个刚才印度吧他也提到了氢能啊、可再生能源这些，未来可能它都是有一些跨界的，所以这个地方都为这个能源的这种全球的互联，也为碳市场的全球的建立，实际上提供条件和基础。我们可以共同的协商很多的一些碳交易制度设计上的一些具体的技术问题，但是这个基础应该是有的，而且大家的意愿和取向也都是一致的。
Okay, so during the establishment of the China carbon market, we have learned a lot of experiences from other countries like the EU, UK, and US, and we are always on the way of exploring new mechanisms and analyzing the possibilities of expanding the Chinese carbon markets and make it more connected to the global markets. Although there are some technicality that we need to discuss with other countries in terms of recognizing mutual recognition and the connection, for example, the baseline and the cost of carbon price. But I think the future, the potentials of for the China carbon markets to get connected to the world is a must goal. It's going to happen. So in my opinion, as opposed to the quota, the voluntary mechanisms or the green certificates would be a faster way for the mutual recognition of the carbon markets in different worlds. As the Indian delegates has mentioned that there are hydrogens and renewables, and all of these are would go across the national boundaries, and they actually laid good foundation for the carbon markets of different countries to get connected. So in a word, I think although there's a lot to be discussed upon in terms of the technicality, the countries, including us, have the willingness and the vision to become a global one.
Thank you very much for your detailed answer. And I know that Vladislav had a question, I understand, to Rosanna. So, Vlad.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the great session. I would like to ask colleagues from India and China. I suppose these countries in general are the largest exporters in voluntary carbon offsets market. How do you think the demand, local demand inside the countries will be developing in the near future?
Thank you. So, in terms of your question on, these countries are large exporters, but how will the demand for carbon markets get created domestically? I think through some government intervention. Like, for example, early this year, Government of India came out with a mission called National Green Hydrogen Mission, where they said 5 million tons of green hydrogen has to be, gray hydrogen has to be converted to green domestically. this is outside of exports. And for that, Government of India has come out with a tender, which is currently in draft stage, under discussion with industry, where they are trying to find out how much subsidy has to be given to make this viable. And they have identified certain areas like transport, certain industries, where they are looking at green hydrogen. And already there are pilots which are going on, hydrogen-fueled buses, etc. I think those are the kind of efforts which are going on. They are not mandating industries to start using hydrogen. They tried that first, wasn't very successful. So now they are trying to help them out. And especially for, say, oil refineries, if they convert from gray to green, then the impact on end user in terms of higher gasoline prices is less than 1 rupee per liter, which is about 1.5%. Petrol prices vary naturally more than that, so easier to absorb. So I think those are the low-hanging fruits where Government of India is trying to create a domestic market.
I think there was also a question on the Chinese perspective on that, right? And maybe, I don't know, if our speakers have any comments on that, please also let us know.
那个谢谢您对中国这个碳市场和整个这个减碳目标的完成。确实，中国和印度一样，都是一个排放比较多的一个国家，排放这个碳排放量这个减排任务非常严峻。但是作为这个我们的目标呢，是很明确的。刚才这个会场上面，我刚才是聚焦在碳市场。碳市场呢，它是一个完成目标的一个政策工具。刚才我做了一些解释。除了政策工具以外，我们还有一些技术的路径。那么我们现在这个主要是从2个方面吧，一个是高碳行业的脱碳，在这个能效。更多的我们现在还资源的循环利用，还有这个工艺变革，那么这个是一个方面，就是本来是高碳行业的这样子一些减排的这样子一个努力。另外，
I'll translate. So thank you for your interest in the China's market. As what you said, China and India are big countries in terms of the carbon markets, and we have a lot of things to achieve in terms of the carbon emissions. But our goal remains clear. And in terms of our carbon markets, this is a policy tool to realize that goal. Apart from that, we have many technical routes. For instance, we have decarbonization. So right now, we are increasing the efficiencies of industries and increase the efficiency of use or recycling of resources and improving the processes and technologies.
那么还有一块呢，就是大家非常关心的电力的这个转型。那么就是中国的这个可再生能源发电，特别是光伏、风电，包括现在的海上风电、分布式光伏都发展得非常快。因此这也体现了中国在全面推进这个减碳目标完成所做的努力。这个呢，中国在努力，也在和全球和大家一道共同来推进这个绿色转型。那么这2个方面，那么再回到我们今天的主题，这个碳市场，这样子作为一个政策工具的话，它一个呢是低成本的减排，另外呢也推进了技术的创新，同时呢也可以汇聚更多的资本到这个新的这个绿色产业上来。因此我们在努力，而且我们也有信心。
So another focus has been the energy transition, and we have a lot of solar energy, PV energy, and offshore and distributed offshore energy. So we are working very hard to decarbonize in collaboration with the rest of the world and to make the green transition. So the carbon market is a good policy tool that enable us to decarbonize in a cost-effective way It has encouraged many innovations, and it has encouraged many capitals to come and invest in this sector.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I know that I see questions in here. Good news is that we would probably be moving our next session till 11:30, meaning we have time for discussion. So do you really feel that our question to Rosanna and then probably to Kaz? So my question really is, I mean, what we discussed now made me think. So effectively, so we have a BRICS panel here, and all BRICS countries are to a certain extent in the same boat when I'm thinking in terms of, well, Article 6 potential or broader, energy transition, decarbonization, green up market. What I mean is, well, conventionally, we think that it's a European Union country that would do, for instance, a climate project or emission reduction project in India, Brazil, South Africa, Russia, or China to offset their operations voluntarily or for Paris Agreement goals or etc. So my question really is, do you see some viable points where BRICS countries could cooperate within themselves, right? Let's say Russia, Brazil, in terms of energy stuff, waste stuff, or anything else? So that's, and then probably same question to Kaz, right? In terms of, for instance, Russia, South Africa perspective.
Yeah, I would say that the cooperation is a must. We have to. And we have also to, well, let's go. I agree with you completely on the certificate and on a common language. Because we are using in Brazil now low emissions hydrogen for the reason that what is green hydrogen is only electrolysis from wind and solar, as the Europeans think, or the Americans, they understand it differently. So we have to build a common language. And in order to get to the goals, we have to be together with the same understanding on what we are talking about. And there is where I think BRICS have a huge role to play. For us, at least among us, to have a common language and cooperate bilaterally, or three of them, or I don't know. This is one thing. The second thing that I wanted to mention is that any attempt to get to net zero will imply us changing part of our supply chains in the world. So India, I'm not using Brazil, I'm using India. India probably is in a better position to produce green steel than Germany. Brazil is probably in a better position to produce green fertilizer than Russia. So part of the supply chains among the world will have to migrate to where the emissions are lower in the supply chain as a whole. So if we do not get into this discussion, there will be no net zero in 2050. And there again, answer to your question, the BRICS, they do have a large role to play there. And I hope in COP in Belém, when we get to 2025, we get an agreement that this is, it is what we've been calling, E+ Institute, okay? The Belém Consensus, which is more or less us to understand that we have to give up some jobs to get something back. So the developed world will have to give something, and we will have to give something. So there is no net zero without that, and without a common language.
Okay, just to add to that, I think it's not just between BRICS countries. I think there's also an opportunity for BRICS countries to begin looking at how they collaborate and coordinate in positioning themselves vis-a-vis Europe and elsewhere. So we hosted BRICS in South Africa earlier this year. I don't think we had a significant discussion just before COP28 when we hosted BRICS to actually say, how do we as BRICS go into COP28 and strengthen our position to actually negotiate and so on. And I think we're losing an opportunity there. The BRICS structure and the BRICS conurbation, if you like, is a powerful one, but I don't think that we are collaborating and coordinating enough amongst ourselves to work as a bloc and to actually interact as a bloc in these sorts of negotiations.
Okay, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there is always, room to improve and do more things together. I would love to ask a bunch of more questions to all of you, but now I think we should get a chance for our audience to ask a question. So I know the gentleman at the back has a question. Given that we only have one mic.
Hello to everybody. I represent Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russia, and my questions for all the speakers. Are there any legal restrictions or maybe invisible obstacles in your countries for Russian business to invest in climate projects and get carbon units?
Okay, so if I heard the question correctly, so probably every country, every speaker would be welcome just to share a quick view on the, whether there are any legal obstacles for Russian companies to invest in a project that would generate carbon credits, if that's the correct understanding. Would start with Rosanna, probably. No, okay, same. Okay. How about India? Same thing. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Maybe now same question to China. Any sort of legal restrictions from your side that you would see for Russian companies to invest in climate-related projects?
中国的这个市场非常大，而且尤其是对这种绿色的新兴产业，那么我们对这种投资啊和这个产业的发展都是非常欢迎的。那么很多细节方面的话，我们现在越来越开放，也越来越提供更好的这种投资和营商环境。
China. Okay. China is a big market, and we have good policies for the emerging industries, including the green industries. So we welcome you to come here. And in terms of the detailed specifics, China is getting more and more open and encouraging for the foreign investment, and we're improving our business environment.
我们的各省长和市长经常带队到国外，希望大家来投资，也希望有更多的这个外面的这个企业来到中国来发展，和我们共同的发展。
The governor and mayor of our city have always been leading delegation to other countries and encouraging more investment to come to our province or our city. So you're more than welcome to come and take a look.
Thank you so much. Well, summary is, on the grand scheme of things, every country is welcome for any investments, including climate-related investments. As a representative for Russia, I would probably say that same would generally go for Russia. Though, as a lawyer, I would need to say that, of course, what we talked now is, again, grand scheme of things. When you talk about the particular project, of course, I guess there would be some foreign investment controls depending on the country to country. For instance, if we talk about Russia, right, there might be some foreign investment controls, there might be trust approvals, there might be some other regulated things. But I guess what we're really talking about is the willingness of the countries, right, to kind of be the either donors or be the recipients of the investments and other types of cooperations, right? So, and I guess that's the best thing in what we just discussed. Any other questions from the audience? Thoughts, ideas? Okay, Vladislav.
Thank you. I suppose it is a comment about common language in renewable energy certificates market, because I suppose we already have it some way, because in different system like GEO system, IREC standard, right? Also in Russia, we have the same principles of build that system, like one certificate, 1 kilowatt hour, megawatt hour, yes, some information about energy attributes, etc. But it is a huge difference with other constructional instruments like PPA contracts, physical one, financial ones, and green tariffs for small retail consumers. So I suppose this is important to collect all that instruments and understand how every business on the market can use it, etc. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go back to the hydrogen because it's just to explain what we meant by common language. If you talk green hydrogen in Europe, you were talking a hydrogen that was produced from wind and solar. So when you go to Brazil and you say wind and solar, say, hey, why not biomass? And this is the question behind it. If you do a kind of certificate that establishes which technology and do not consider that regions are completely different among each other and will get to a zero emissions hydrogen anyhow, this is kind of a locking of technology. Meaning, if Europe only buys green hydrogen, that means that we will have to import electrolyzers from Germany. So, and I'm saying, no, there are other ways of getting green hydrogen. So let's get the concept of low emissions hydrogen, which is basically what is the content of carbon. This is what I meant, because we have to have a common language. Or in a carbon market, if you are going to certify any kind of biomass for its carbon, the methodology has to be understood by everybody and not simply saying, I do not accept biomass because I don't like. This is more or less what's going on. This is a huge fight that India had during the presidency of G20 last year, meaning biomass and other sources of carbon capture or any technology has to be accepted. It's not to be only EU-centric or Eurocentric. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying that the world is really diverse and we have to profit from that.
Oh, absolutely. I think you captured the essence very well.
All right, thank you very much. I think with that, we would proceed with closing. I would first of all thank our honored speakers for sharing their views, and I think we have quite an open and live discussion, and quite an international one, I would say. I would thank the audience for your attention, for your questions and involvement. And I guess bottom line is that, I mean, effectively we're talking about, ways to incentivize new investments, bridging the price gaps, between, what needs to be done and what's market viable. And I think we touched upon the key instruments, to achieve those. And most importantly, in the grand scheme of things, we realized that among BRICS countries and BRICS plus countries, and not only there is a great room for cooperation, like Rosanna, what you said, like Russia is, for instance, best positioned for green fertilizers, India is best positioned for green steel, Brazil has abundance, and South Africa has abundance of renewable resources, and China has, lots of other things like technological base, etc. So there is lots of things to be done together, and I hope they will be done very soon. Thank you very much. And one more remark. So we've been watched also, this session has been broadcasted in YouTube and VK, which is the Russian social network. So I'm pretty sure the audience that watched us was largely bigger than all in this one. So also thanks to those who watched us online. Thank you. Gerald? May I have your attention, please, dear guests and speakers. So let us gently start with the next session. It's me again moderating. Is this? Please have your seats.
Нет, Галина тоже говорит.
Может быть, как-то все в ручном режиме? Sorry for intervening. Would you mind having a seat, or if you're interested in the session?
Starting the next
Yeah. We start. Hi. Nice to meet you.
I'm from China.
Yes.
From China.
You would be on the panel, correct?
Yeah.
Great.
One of the panelists.
Добрый день. Добрый день.
А мы еще не начинали на 11:15?
Мы еще не начали, потому что у нас прошлая сессия сдвинулась, поэтому как раз, да. Здравствуйте, Максим, Роман, очень приятно.
Очень приятно, Ром.
Давайте, в принципе, мы потихоньку начинаем. Ну, увидите, как вам комфортно. Да, вы сейчас... В принципе, говорим, наверное, про то, что как бы в России происходит, какой интерплей. Я расскажу о секретариате, инициативы о создании цифровизации. Я, наверное, какой вопрос зададите? Нет, я общий вопрос задам, как бы, что в России происходит и как с климатом пересекается. Отлично. И каждый предоставит слово 5-7 минут, я думаю, нормально. В рабочем режиме, потому что довольно демократично. Собирался Денис Петрович, как вы понимаете. У него что-то выдернуло Абрамченко. За буквально час отменяет вылет. Мы прилетаем сюда в 8-9 уже, сообщайте, в 10 вечера звоните уже, поэтому сегодня сразу с утра. Хорошо, я не особо готовился, но я думаю, что... Давайте присаживайтесь. Okay, now we really need to start. Люба, а есть у нас? Нет?
Начни, пожалуйста, тогда с Карлоса, ладно?
Okay. Hello. So, hi. You, Carlos?
Давай, Галя, просто сразу начнем.
Okay. Okay. So now we're about to start. 1 minute more. Apologies. Just as a heads up, yes. Now we can proceed, and Galina, please have the word.
Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, under the auspices of the UN Global Compact Network Russia, I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the session, Integrating Waste Management into Climate Change Mitigation. UN Global Compact participants across industries are changing the way they operate. They are implementing responsible practices and innovative solutions to tackle poverty and inequality, support education and health. Business takes a shared responsibility for achieving a better world. The leadership of the business sector is fundamental in the global efforts to deal with the climate emergency economy. Today's climate crisis pushes the corporate sector to reassess the existing business models. And this session gives us an excellent opportunity to explore a deeper understanding of what the opportunities and limitations of recycling and reuse of waste materials in various industries are. The UN Global Compact is really very happy to see such high-level international representatives in this session, and thank you all for coming. Now, please allow me to hand over the floor to our distinguished moderator, Roman, and I hope you all enjoy this session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Galina, and again, thank you very much for UN Global Compact for organizing this session as well as many other sessions. So we have those who've been present on the previous session today. I think it was very good in terms of that we had quite an engaged discussion with the audience, so I hope this one would go same ways in a democratic live way, so please feel free to shoot your questions. We have quite an international panel, quite an honored panel with distinguished guests. Let me probably quickly introduce our panelists. So from Russian side, we are represented by Mr. Maxim Kotelnikov, Deputy General Director for International Cooperation, Russian Environmental Operator. So we have on the right hand of me, Mr. Carlos Silva Filho, who represents International Solid Waste Association. We have Mr. Wei Quan, representing People's Republic of China. We also have Ms. Rafael Tello, and we are also pleased to have Mr. Anupam Badola, representing India. I understand that, Mr. Filho, you might need to finish earlier, right? So we would probably start with you. But before that, let me just have a quick share a few thoughts from my side, right, on the waste topic and how it interplays with climate. So we all know that waste is an issue, right? To say the least. So just to give you an example, in Russia, for instance, I think we have 60 to 70 million tons of what's called household waste generated every year. So we have billions of what's called industrial waste generated. The government and the businesses are doing a lot of things to tackle those issues, which creates actually business opportunities amongst other things. And I guess today we're gonna talk about how those efforts in all the countries that in all of the countries that are presented here today are engaged in. And Mr. Filho, I'll probably start with you. So as, again, President of the National Solid Waste Association, you probably have various, cross-country and cross-business perspective to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here this morning and participating of this high-level panel with such international colleagues. And for those who doesn't know ISWA, we are the International Solid Waste Association, the leading network in terms of providing sound waste management in the different parts of the world. ISWA has been funded in 1970, so we are more than 50 years old on the road. And for the first time, we come to the Conference of the Parties with the Waste and Resources Pavilion, because we believe that waste is a key topic to tackle climate change. But not only that, waste is a key topic to tackle the triple planetary crisis, a crisis of pollution, of biodiversity loss, and of climate change. Because only having sound waste management available for all, we can have a clean, healthier, and decarbonized environment. As you mentioned during your introduction, the world is reaching levels of increased waste generation. If we continue business as usual, the point of no return will be really, really closed. The window is the window of opportunities. It's now closing, and we need to act very fast. As many of us have been reading, we are halfway to the point to the 2030 agenda. We are halfway the point after the Paris Agreement. So the moment to action is now. If we don't change the paradigm from a linear approach to a circular approach, we will have natural resources exhausted, we will have increased pollution, and we will have more greenhouse gases emissions. This is the reason why we believe that it's very urgent to move to this circular economy approach, and not only in terms of recycling, but in terms of really looking throughout the whole value chain, from design, through manufacturing, through distribution, and up to waste treatment. And this is something that I was quite impressed of, like the background of the panelists today, that we will be able to deal with all these topics during the panel of today. But what we must understand is, for this transition to happen, we must have the waste industry at the center of this new economy model. Because the waste industry is the industry with knowledge to assist the designers to really have and consider, for example, secondary materials when they start planning for new products. We must be at the center of this economy model, because to assist the manufacturing on how to assemble better the products so they can be recycled at the end, so they can be reused, and then we can prevent waste generation. And we must be also dealing with the remainings and transforming waste into resources. So this is the reason why we named the pavilion the Waste and Resources Pavilion, because at the end, the remainings can become raw materials for the manufacturing, can become energy, can become fuel, can really, I know, like we'll talk about the cement industry, so can substitute, can replace fossil fuels with this renewable material from the waste industry. So this is the way we are looking how to reposition the waste management sector now, to reposition the waste management sector more to the upstream level and not only at the downstream level. And here at COP28, we are taking with us three key messages. The first one, it's important to acknowledge the return on investment on sound waste management, to recognize that investing in sound and sustainable waste management, we have environmental benefits, we have climate benefits, and we have economic benefits. Second key message is that we really need to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. The waste management sector is one of the only sectors who can contribute to achieve the 17 SDGs. And the third key message is that we really need to ensure basic services for all, for a cleaner, healthier, and sustainable world. So thank you very much, and I look forward to be able to contribute to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just a note, so we started a bit later, but we have plenty of time ahead. But should any of the speakers or the audience need to go somewhere after the session, please let me know. With that, quick follow-up question. So, I mean, we're talking about waste plus climate, right? And waste is really, I mean, tackling waste issues really about primarily building more, facilities, right? Waste sorting facilities, waste recycling facilities, waste utilization facilities. All that requires lots of funding. So question is, can carbon markets really be one of the enablers, right, for tackling waste issues, including these infrastructure development dimension, if you follow me.
Very good question. Thank you very much for that. For sure, funding is needed, investments are needed, and we need both investments in infrastructure, and I must say, for that type of funding, there are plenty available. So investments in infrastructure and funds for infrastructures, we have a lot of alternatives. But the point you mentioned is we also need funds to run the facilities. The daily basis costs must be covered by daily basis funds. And we truly believe that the climate finance, the carbon credits, and we are also talking about methane reduction credits, a new market of funds can support to offset the costs. Because one thing that we must understand is like, even if you have a very successful project, the waste management itself won't cover all the costs. We need external funding. We need the generator pays principle in place. We need APR schemes in place. And we need the carbon market or the methane market in place in order to really move from the situation we have now, when 40% of the collected waste in the world still goes to open dumping and open burning, to really move to this situation of circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was being told that Mr. Badola might also need to leave a bit earlier, if I got the correct information. But anyways, let's now switch to India, and probably you would share some views from your from your end. So we know that Dalma is one of India's pioneering cement companies, doing a lot of environmentally friendly cement, and substantially, having a huge focus on reducing carbon footprint and enabling opportunities for other businesses, right, to dispose their waste. So please tell us a bit more about that.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to having us here and share our perspectives. At Dalmia Cement, we are India's one of the largest cement producers with nearly 44 million ton of capacity to cater the needs of the economy in housing and infrastructure development of the country. And I believe the cement sector is one of the best examples, as you have mentioned, the waste, addressing the climate change through waste management. So cement industry is one of the best example. And at Dalmia Cement, we have been able to reduce our CO2 emissions annually by 8.5 million tons. We are doing it every year. And in next 3 years, this number will reach to more than 12 million tons. And now I will come to those points, how we are doing it. So whether it is waste energy that is going to exit gases, whether it is waste material that is coming to us, we are consuming it, and we are trying to put a value on that waste so that we are able to utilize it as much as possible. In terms of raw materials, we consume a lot of waste materials. And in that process, we save a lot of natural mineral, which is limestone. So about 42% of the raw material that we source for the cement production in our plants, that is from waste materials. So it may be a fly ash from the thermal power plant. It may be slag from steel plant. It may be some other alternative material from aluminum industry or some other material from some other industry. But overall, this accounts to 42% of the raw material, total raw material we consume. The second important lever that we have in the waste management is fuels. So in cement industry, thermal energy is around 90% of the energy consumption, and electrical is about 8 to 10%. So in that thermal energy consumption, we consume the baseline fuel, which are primarily petcoke and coal. Now, in order to eliminate those fossil fuels, we have an option to use multiple waste, which are incinerable. And if cement industry doesn't do that, then there is a lot of burden on incinerators, because then you have to put incinerators, which is additional cost. And at the same time, the temperature will not be as high as 1500 degrees centigrade, 1400 degrees centigrade, and the residence time will also be lower. And in that process, why I'm mentioning is because this process, particularly high temperature and high residence times, make sufficient way for the waste to be fully decomposed, fully dissociate. And through this dissociation mechanism, it is probably one of the most sustainable way to consume the waste in the process as a fuel. So we have multiple waste, including non-recyclable plastics, which are consumed in the valorization route in the cement kiln. And at Dalmia Cement, we have nearly 20% of that. So we have so far eliminated 20% of our petcoke and coal in this process. And going forward, we will be doing it more and more. We have targets because we have a carbon negative roadmap. By 2040, we have to become carbon negative. And in that process, by 2035, we will eliminate all the fossil fuel and petcoke in our cement plants. Another important lever in the waste management is, it's not like looking waste which is being generated, but there are so many other waste aspects. For example, degraded wastelands. And yesterday our Prime Minister mentioned, Mr. Modi, he mentioned about degraded wasteland that is to be, converted into some other land use. And in that direction, we have also been working on energy crops, which can be utilized in wastelands. And we have already started a pilot in our plant with bamboos. So bamboo is a very good energy crop. And at the same time, if this is, sown with water harvesting, rainwater harvesting, then the water demand is also reduced. So we have both water harvesting, and at the same time, the water that is harvested is used for the bamboo crop. And therefore, the water demand in the nearby region is also not increased. By that, we will be able to reduce another 50% of the fuel. So by 2035, through these levers of the waste, as alternative fuel and as alternative raw material, we will be able to, already we are doing around 8.5 billion, by 2027 about 12.7 million, and by 2035, 100% of our emissions from energy will be reduced. Another important aspect on waste is waste energy that goes into the exit kilns. That is also a circular economy model, and it has to be brought into circular economy model. And there we have technologies which can help us and support us in generating fossil-free electricity. So far, we have been able to generate about 70 megawatt of electricity, and within 3 years, we have increased this capacity. 3-4 years back, our capacity was about only 10 megawatts. Now it has reached to 70 megawatt. And similarly, wherever there was possibility to set up a waste heat recovery plant, we have set up the waste heat recovery plant, and now we are generating that fossil-free electricity from the waste heat that otherwise was going into the atmosphere. And now that is used for the generation of the electricity without any coal or petcoke. And it is used in our power plants for cement. And by this process, we are able to switch nearly 20 to 25% of the fossil fuel-based electricity in our plants, wherever it was possible to set up waste heat recovery power plant. So these are some solutions, real solutions, which we have implemented, we are implementing, and it also helped us to decouple the emissions. And I'll give you an example, because 10 years down the line, our capacity was 1.6 million tons. Today our capacity is 44 million tons, and next few years our capacity will be 130 million tons. But in this process, what we are doing is, we are avoiding, with every new addition or existing capacity, we are avoiding the CO2 emissions in the process by following the circular economy levers. So this is the brief about the circular economy levers, how we are implementing it, and I would be happy to have further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm slightly conscious of timing, so I would park the question for now. We would let our speakers to comment on the topic, okay? So now we'll switch from India to Russia, and I would let Mr. Maxim Kotelnikov just to share a bit of his view on where Russia currently stands in terms of its progress towards circular economy. Mr. Kotelnikov, floor is yours.
Thank you, Roman. Dear colleagues, everybody, thank you very much, organizers, for this opportunity to be here with you in COP28. So it's a really pleasure to be here and to discuss such important issues as environment issues. So just a few words about Russian environment operator. This is a state-owned company. It was established 5 years ago, and the main ensure the creation of a modern system of municipal solid waste management in Russia. So our main goal is to provide a new economy, new circular economy in Russia. So like we call in Russia, it is closed cycle economy. And I would like to say that we are convinced that the traditional extract, use, and discard economic model should be replaced by a circular model. Today, the matter of refusing and kind of waste from municipal waste to the waste from industrial and energy sector is becoming an issue on which biodiversity and climate prevention along with human health and longevity legally depend. The circular economy is an important tool for achieve carbon neutrality and the sustainable development goals defined by the UN in 2015. So the introduction of circular economy principles became one of the initiatives of the Russian government in 2021. It consequently adopted a federal project with the aims of significantly increasing recyclable packaging from 30% in 2022 to 85% in 2030, increasing the use of secondary resources in economic sectors and creating infrastructure facilities to waste management and manufacture of products from recycling raw materials. As the part of this federal project, 8 industrial parks, we call it eco parks, was established and currently under construction, one of each federal district of Russia. The parks will house enterprise that will process waste into secondary new raw materials and produce goods out of them. The annual volume of crude materials involved in the processing must exceed 1 million tons, and our company is one who's responsible for the realization of this federal project. An increasing recycling rate has been set for packaging. In the first 2 years, 55 in 2026, 75 starting from 2027. Manufacturers and exporters will have to recycle 100% of their packaging. Packaging is really important matter now. For example, 75% of packaging, cardboard, for example, cardboard, in Russia is currently recycled. There are about 19 companies in the country that are engaged in recycling waste paper and cardboard. About 4 million tons of crude materials pass through them every year. Manufacturers and importers who are unable to, unwilling to recycle will enter time a recycle of pay and environmental levy. The funds from the levy will be allocated specifically for the development of recycling process and the construction or renovation of recycling facilities. So, also, it's planned that by 2030, the share of secondary resources should be at least 35% in industry, 40% in construction and housing, and at least 50% in agriculture. Last year, the Russian government approved a list of goods for government purchasing, the production of which is carried out using recycling raw materials. Examples from the list include paper products, rubber, etc. This year, the Russian government approved a list of goods, work, service that use a certain share of recycling raw materials, for which intensive will be provided. Examples: cement and cardboard. Both these were developed with the active participation of our company, and we are constantly increasing their expansion. Also, we are faced with the task of creating a sustainable system of municipal solid waste management by 2030, which will ensure 100% waste sorting and its turn half the volumes sent to landfills, only half. For this purpose, 238 municipal solid waste management facilities have been introduced in Russia in less than 5 years. Also, what I would like to say, we involved the so-called we planned, better to say, consequent minor and circulate greenhouse gas emissions from all facilities in our industry by using the digital copies. We create digital copies of landfills, and it's much better to monitor the situation, environment situation, using these digital copies. So, briefly about this issue. It's my opinion.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Maxim. I would again park the questions for now and move it to the end of the session, if you don't mind. And now we would move from Russia to Brazil, and I would kindly ask Mr. Tello just to tell us a bit more of the Brazilian perspective, probably your company perspective on the interplay between waste and climate.
So, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you all for coming and the opportunity. Well, I'm part of Ambipar Group. We are a Brazilian company, almost 30 years on the market, and, well, growing fast, now present in 40 countries. And I would like to tell a little bit about our story on circular economy and how it is connected to well, climate change, so how to combat climate change as well. So the department, the sustainability department, it existed in Ambipar, but then 2 years ago we reframed it and started to improve our strategy on sustainability. And we were always guided by the SDGs. We wanted to be partners of Global Compact, which we achieved very, very quickly. And we decided, as we were already strong on recycling, on waste management, we decided to focus on the SDG 12, which is the SDGs of circular economy, and then we wanted to go full power on circular economy. It was really good. We found some studies showing the perspectives on the market, how this could be a $5 trillion industry, and then it gives us confidence to have this focus. However, we found also in this study a very interesting document from Ellen MacArthur Foundation, when they said that if we developed a circular economy around the world, we could reduce 40% of the emissions needed for the Paris Agreement. And then we said, well, it's better then to make the two objectives together. So let's try to lead a circular and low carbon economy. And then this gives us, this pave the strategy and the activities that we developed since then. So when we're talking about circular economy, we have, well, two big approaches. One is for the industry, so waste of industry, and the other is the post-consumption. And we have to treat this segments differently because the challenge that they have are different in themselves. So when we're talking about post-industry waste, we have a lot of challenges on volume of waste, on cost of waste management, of waste disposal, on alternatives. How can we promote I think the maturity of business leaders to deal with the waste. And we are now developing a certification. It is already in place, but we are trying to scale it in the market, which we call the Green Seal. And the idea is that it will orient companies on how to manage their waste, looking for a zero landfill waste management, and also on a full circular economy processes that we can achieve in the companies. So in the industry, we have, I think we have two big challenges then. One is to convince business leaders that circular economy is a goal to be searched. People have to aim for this goal. And we use then the double materiality approach, try to push this agenda. We use the certification as well. And then the second part of the challenge is on technological development. So we have a research and development center in Brazil, fully focused on developing technologies for circular economy. So we transform collagen into soap, shampoos, and other cleaning materials. We transform organic waste from pulp and paper industry into soil correctors, so conditioners. And we try always to improve this ability and attract companies to bring us their challenges so that we can develop new technologies and help companies step by step to achieving the circular economy, the circular business model that we think that we have to go. And by doing that, we can also account for emission reduction in the process. So in the last panel, you're talking about how carbon credits can help on circular economy, on something like that. and we use this when we talk, for example, with the pulp and paper industry. They have their organic materials going to landfills, generating methane, and then we use Vera methodology to convince companies to invest in composing technologies, and by doing that, we avoid methane emissions, and we can then capitalize this in carbon credits. So this is one interesting tool that we can use to support both objectives. So going now to the post-consumption segment, we are growing in this. We are trying to establish companies specialized in different materials. So we try to be vertical on collecting until transforming, reinserting these materials in the industry. So we're talking about glass, paper, plastic, etc. And we try to push this segment through what is the pattern in Brazil, which is the cooperatives. So we have cooperatives of workers that collect that materials, and then they send these materials to the industry, so this waste to the industry, so that industry can recycle them. It was really good in Brazil because we have a national policy that continuously push the amount of waste that we have to incorporate in products, especially in well, cans, glasses, etc. So, and this is good because it generates demand, it generates the market. However, we have some challenges as well. So one challenge is that a lot of these cooperatives are not formal. They don't have the governance, the compliance needed. So they need a new one new company to be between them and the industry, and this reduces the value that they get from the business. And also we have some challenges on taxes, and well, Brazilian tax system is far from the best of the world, so we need to improve that as well. But what we are doing in these cooperatives, and we call this strategy the humanized circular economy, because we think a lot about the waste, a lot about the environment, and we forget all the people that can benefit from this process, and we want to bring them to be protagonists in this process. So we go there to the company. We take sometimes people from landfills in horrible conditions. We build some infrastructure. We organize the process. We teach them governance, management, processes. And by doing that, we can improve. We had experiences of improving 7 times, 10 times the revenue of the cooperative and the wage of the workers. So this is really relevant. And as our colleague Carlos was saying, it's really good when we can have these people, so in the end of the line, with more capacity, with more knowledge, with more understanding of the circular economy, because they really can help to accelerate the change that we want to see. So one example, so just to tell you, we had a very interesting change in Coca-Cola in Brazil. Their well, lemon soda, it used green PET material. And well, it is good, it is useful, everything, but it is awful. You can, when you think about scale, if you need a lot of this to sell to the industry, it takes a lot of time. So we are talking a lot with these cooperatives then to go to the design, to the companies that are designing their products and saying, why don't you use transparent plastic? This will help a lot for us to accelerate recycling. And then we do that, and just for you to understand, so we teach them a model that in Portuguese we say the 5 C's that are the enemies of recycling, and also the enemies of emissions, if we think about that, because we're talking about so color, composition, combination. One moment, I'll get there. So behavior as well, it's a problem when the client does not have, the consumer don't have the right behavior, and I forgot the 5th C. But the thing is that if the companies design their products in the best way for recycling, they will also reduce costs and reduce emissions in the process. And this can benefit everybody in the process and stimulate the process to go on. So I don't want to go further here, but just to tell you that, and why it's important for us to use also the climate change rational when we're thinking about circular economy, because this can help us to bring more efficiency to the process. We can understand where we have high emissions in the process, on the transportation, on the process, on the production of the materials, and then we can say, okay, let's try to reduce the emissions, reduce the consumption of fuels, of energy, and by doing that, we can also make it easier for us to create a circular economy. And this is what we want to do, and we understand that we can do that only if everybody understands climate change, if they understand adaptation, if they understand how they can reduce their emissions in the whole value chain. And this is something really, really important that we have to do in order to achieve a circular economy, which is also a low carbon one. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tello. I would love to touch upon some of the things that you mentioned in more detail, and I hope we'll get a chance after we finish, the panelist discussion. With that, I would kindly ask Mr. Wake Wan, Mr. Wake Wan, so you are the Deputy Secretary of the Chinese Renewable Energy Industries Association. So we know that China is world leader in terms of renewables, both power generation and equipment production. So why don't you tell us a bit how waste, renewables, and climate overlap together?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here. Yeah, actually, China is taking the lead in renewable energy, but I think energy efficiency and circular economy is very important in carbon peak and carbon neutral for us. And according to the study of Chinese Association of Circular Economy, circular economy will make a contribution of 20% of carbon neutrality by 2050 for China. So that means circular economy is very important for us. And as for renewable energy, I think there are, in the future, renewable energy will be paid more attention in the world, because it cannot only supply clean power, clean energy, but also it can reduce poverty, it can protect the environment, and it can realize the gender equality, etc. So by 2050 or 2060, maybe it will be double, triple, or even maybe 10 times increasing in the future. However, the lifetime of wind power plants and all the solar panels, the lifetime is only 20 years or 25 years. So it means a lot of solar panels and wind turbines will be phased out after 20 years or 25 years. So it will be a great concern how to recycle and reuse the phased out wind turbines and solar panels. Not only in China, but also in UK, Germany, Denmark, and the US. It's a common problem for us. So now, many institutions or universities and even some companies in China are beginning to do some work about reuse and recycle wind turbines and solar panels. However, it's still at the initial stage because now we are lacking of the high-valued technology to reuse and recycle wind turbine and solar panel, especially for wind blade and solar cells. Because for wind blade, it's very hard to decompose naturally. It can exist in the nature for maybe 100 years or 200 years. It's a long time. So it will cause serious environmental problems if we don't reuse it or recycle it. So now there are some physical or chemical methods to reuse or recycle wind blades, but the amount is very small, and it's not cost effective. You can make money. It can be not commercialized. So it's a bigger problem. If we want to recycle or reuse the wind blade or the solar panels, we have to commercialize it. Otherwise, the investors or the stakeholders won't participate, because all the people want to make money through the reuse and recycle of it. However, now it only costs money for the investors or for the stakeholders. And basically, for the wind turbines and solar panels recycle and reuse, we think we can do the following work to speed up. First one, we should change our mind. Not only the designers of the wind turbines and the solar panels, but also the producers and the consumers, even the policymakers should change their mind. They should take the circular economy into consideration in every part of the renewable energy sector. And second, we should give some supporting policy for the recycle or reuse of wind turbines and solar panels, because now we lack of good technology. We lack of good business model to make money. So the government should give the incentives, for example, the physical or tax incentives, or the green financing incentives, etc., even the carbon market, etc. And thirdly, we should take a great effort to R&D, research and study, because now the technology is not high valued. We should create a high valued method to reuse and recycle wind blade and the solar cells. And finally, I think we should deploy good business model. We should ensure that every stakeholder can benefit from the recycle and reuse the wind blade and the solar panels. Just like you said, every stakeholder should benefit from the circular economy. And in this way, we can not only reduce the cost, but also attract more and more people to involved in this sector. And then we can enlarge the scale of the industry. Basically, that's my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wei Kwan. Well, can only relate that the more we install renewables, I mean, they are not installed forever, so we have to reuse, recycle them. So this issue becomes more and more important, I guess, for more markets. I think it will become important for Russia as well in the nearest future. Any questions, comments from the audience so far? Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you. And I got a question to Rafael. Have you succeeded in this, let's say, fight against Coca-Cola and these green bottles?
Yeah. Well, actually, Coca-Cola decided to make the Sprite in Brazil they only use transparent bottles now. So this helped a lot. But if you go to a cooperative, so those that have interest, I have here including, so you can take a look on our sustainability report, understand more about the company. But if you go to a cooperative, you see sometimes more than 80 divisions of different materials that they have to use in order to make them recyclable. So when you go on plastics, on PET, you see transparent, blue, rose, orange, yellow, and all of those make it harder and less effective for the cooperative to really take that all to the industry. The industry does not accept small volumes, so it doesn't happen. So in Coca-Cola case, that was good, but we have other industries that are not that interested in changing their things. And one aspect that is important as well, and why so civil society and governments have also to go in this fight, because sometimes marketing is king, and then in the industry, marketing, sales departments, they say, well, we have to maintain the material as it is because this is the best way for us to sell more. And if we can't change this mind, change this perspective, nothing will change. We'll continue in this process, fighting, going against the grain and facing more and more problems that as we have faced today.
Thank you. As I was told at my university time by one professor coming from the US, he was saying, great challenge, great response. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then probably we might have a couple of more minutes just to exchange some follow-ups from our side. Maybe Mr. Kotelnikov, any more follow-ups from your end, from Russian perspective, or any reflections?
What I would like to say, dear colleagues, I would like to say that one important thing. I'm a former diplomat. I worked in the Ministry for Foreign Affairs for more than 20 years, and it seems to me that we need to recognition at the international level all the results of implementation of climate projects, only on international level. And it seems to me this will make it possible to form a fair market of carbon credits, in which I'm sure Russia will play a leading role. So we may take it as leaders. It seems to me it's really important. Only on international level we need to recognize. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so that interplay between waste projects and climate projects and carbon credits is really important, especially in this audience at COP28. Mr. Badola, any follow-ups from your end? Any questions, any reflections, what our speakers told us?
Thank you. So I think in my view, sometimes we get restricted when we talk about circular economy, we get restricted to materials only. But I think it is also important to include multiple other aspects of it, particularly the degraded land, similarly waste, heat that is going into the atmosphere. They are all part and parcel of the circular economy. And policies should be also directed in that way that these specific aspect also gets considered. And I'll give you an example. In India, we have 26 million hectares of wasteland. And that 26 million hectare of wasteland, if just, 6% of that, 6 to 7% of that is utilized, probably it can eliminate the fossil fuel requirement of the entire industry. So this is the kind of opportunity that we have in front of us. And if we extend the definition, if we extend the policies, if we extend the support to those important levers, probably we will have more and more achievement, more and more decarbonization that is happening through circular economy levers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. so much. And maybe a few final words from you, Mr. Wei-Kwan. Maybe a question from my side. So effectively we have a BRICS panel again here, right? So we have Russia, India, Brazil, China. We don't have South Africa on this panel, but anyways. So again, any final words from your side, and maybe in terms of how BRICS countries could cooperate in these areas that we discussed from your perspective?
Thank you so much. In my point, it's not, it was no easy task to develop circular economy across the world. Because we like technology, we like financing, we like a business model, etc. So it means that we should unite up to cooperate with each other to enhance the industry. And I think, firstly, we can cooperate in the policy making. We should push the government to make more policy about the circular economy. And secondly, we can cooperate on the R&D. We can create more smart and high value-added technology for circular economy. And thirdly, I think we can enhance the talent training. In circular economy covers a lot of sectors or industries, including iron, steel, cement, and energy sector, and transportation, etc. So we should enhance the talent training, especially across the different sectors. And finally, we can work on the green financing, how to attract more and more investors or banks or financial institutions to join the sector. Basically, that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we would proceed with closing this event. I would thank you all for your invaluable input, for your discussion, and for your thoughts. We'll be welcome to catch up offline. And thank you for the audience and for your questions and for your attention. Look forward to see you on the next sessions. Thank you. Коллеги, добрый день. Я прошу всех присаживаться, мы будем начинать. Dear guests and speakers, please grab your seats. We are about to start now. А ты тут будешь стоять? Ты тут будешь стоять? Да. Не, ну я понимаю, ну смотри сам как бы, может быть просто тебе тут присесть, а я сейчас какую-то короткую вводную скажу.
Да, садимся, а потом выходим сюда.
Коллеги, еще раз прошу всех присаживаться. Dear all, please have your seats. Dear speakers, please have your seats in here. I think we have plenty of seats for everyone. Okay, so I hope that those who are still standing and waiting outside would join us in a minute or so. Just to introduce myself. So those who've been on the previous session, it's me again moderating. I hope you're still not tired of my face. My name is Roman Ishmuhamedov. I'm a senior associate at Dень, Климатических and Partners, which is a law firm. I'm also the chairman of the Carbon Management Working Group at Association of European Business in Russia. So today we're talking about climate projects, and in particular we're talking about drain peatlands reweighting projects, and I would say broader nature-based solution projects, as some of our speakers would touch upon. Just to start, right? So as you probably know, probably you don't know, that Russia has over the last 1.52 years effectively kicked off from scratch its national carbon market. A federal-based market for voluntary carbon credits registered and issued and registered in the national system, and emission trading scheme in Sakhalin, which has been selected as a pilot region. To a certain extent, that's a similar experience with China, where it was 7 pilot regions. With the potential of the Sakhalin experiment to be expanded for other regions in the nearest future. Just to introduce our dearest guests, so we have quite a panel here. We have Mr. Yuri Fursa, the General Director at Center for Sustainable Development Technologies. We have Mr. Kirill Shakhmatov, who also represents the same institution, Center for Sustainable Development Technologies, and Ms. Yelena Gardeva, who is also part of their team. We have Mr. Wojciech Galinsky of Global Carbon Council, and we have Mr. Archit Shrivastava, Vice President in Earthhood. And I guess the first question would be to Yuri, because you are, I would say, the driving force of this drain peatlands reweighting topic in Russia. And why don't you tell us a bit, a bit more about that, because myself and probably some of our audience as well has always historically been under the impression that, peatlands is something to be drained. Why would we want to rewet them, and what's the effect for climate? All those sort of things. I think that would be very helpful to understand. Yuri, the floor is yours now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Roman, for a quick introduction. Just not only me, but our team is focusing on this advocacy and promotion of this theme in Russia. So I would like to cover nets and I would like to cover a little bit about the potential of reweighting dry peatland in Russia, and I may talk about it more than many hours, but I try to be briefly and spend around just 10 minutes for this very interesting theme. So just a couple of words about peatlands. Okay, sorry. So I understand that you know everything about the peatlands, but just a short refreshment for you that there are 3% of world land area, but peatlands accumulate more than 30% of their soil carbon. It's very important figures just for us, because the heard everything, a lot about the forest, but the peatlands, just to see on the numbers, it's very, very interesting numbers. 20% of the peatlands have already drained, so we lost such territory. And emissions, 5% of global emissions comes from the drained peatland. It's so much, and especially 30% of total FOLO emissions also goes from the drained peatlands. So peatlands in Russia, as you can see on this very beautiful map, Russia just in the center of the peatland world, and something in.
Yuri, I think for the benefit of those who are watching us online, it's better to be speaking on the mic.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So peatlands in Russia, first place of peat reserves, 8% of Russian territory covered by peatlands. Peatlands industry was one of the developed mining industry in Russia in 20th century, and volume of peat extractions reached more than 50 million tons by the end of the 80s. It's so huge for such type of the industry. There are some areas for the peat draining, peat extraction, extraction for the agriculture and for the forestry. Key peat extraction regions are central and northwest of Russia, and most extensive drainage of peatland for the agricultural and the forestry needs being in the central of Russia, in the western and eastern Siberia, and on the far east of Russia. And you can see on these very shocking numbers, but up to 10 million hectares in Russia were drained by peatland. Up to 1.5 million were drained for the peat extraction. Around 5 million hectares were drained for the agricultural needs, and up to 4 million hectares were drained for the forestry needs. Only a small portion of the peatlands have been reclaimed, and due to some circumstances, when peat extraction become unprofitable, these drained, very vast drained peatlands area were abandoned. So that's why, code execution.
May we please ask our technical team to help us?
Yeah.
Because
okay, great. So, specific area of abandoned peatland is still unknown, but according to some estimates, around 0.5 million hectares in Europe is drained peatlands. So abandoned drained peatlands become vulnerable to the phased land degradation, increasing volume of GHG emissions, and wind and water erosion. And all these factors determine a very high potential for implementation of such types of climate projects. So, in spite of that, Russia has very deep practical experience. I just cover in 2 seconds about our experience. We have very deep knowledge and good skills for the implementation of such type of projects for the fire reduction. So I would like to say a couple of words about the international project which were deployed in Russia and spent around 12 years. It was an international project, and it's called Petrus. And for sure, voluntary carbon offset project, which was deployed again in Tver region jointly with Shell, and deployed in for 2 years, from 2020 to 2022. Okay, there is just a short overlook, a general overview about the Russian carbon market developing. I guess you already know, but I would like to just refresh your knowledge that national carbon market and GHG legislation is developing very fastly. Key regulations and legislation documents already adopted, so we have a very good, a very developed legislation framework. Launched two-tier carbon market, a voluntary market for the whole Russia, and cap-and-trade system in Sakhalin. Carbon units registry of Russian Federation was launched last year, and there are eight climate projects already registered in the carbon units registry. By the request of carbon units registry of the Russian Federations, 18 national methodology were developed and successfully adopted this year. And one of the methodology from this list is our methodology, because we've been responsible for the development of this methodology. It's a dedicated methodology about reweight and drain peatland in temperate climate condition. Despite the market difficulties, Russia confirmed its pledge to develop and cover market, and one of the focus of these activities is to collaborate with the neighboring countries, to collaborate in Eurasian Economic Union and BRICS countries. So this year we may call this the new saga for the reweighting of drain peatland, because so many activities were already done for the peatlands. As I mentioned, national methodology was successfully developed. Center for Sustainable Development Technologies were established with focus on reweighting drain peatland. Leading international companies as Rusal expressed their interest to these kinds of climate project, and this interest will already included to their corporate strategies as Rusal and TN Plus company. On the St. Pete International Economic Forum last June, we signed a cooperation agreement between Rusal, our company CSDT, and authority of Leningradsky region to prepare assessment research and launch climate project next year. And we spent bulk of our time during this year for advocating and promotion of the peatlands, because, as I mentioned, everybody knows about the forest and just a few knows about the peat. And our goal, just promotion. Guys, it's okay to reweigh drain peatland, it's nothing bad about it. And please also focus on these types of climate projects. So again, what we already done, we deployed some capacity assessment researchers in some Russia regions. We done some field trips with GHG emission measurements based on gas methodology. We use wide range of remote sensing and UAV technologies, which were developed by our Russian scientists. And I really hope that the next year will be a year of launching of reweighting drain peatland climate projects in some Russian regions. And also, we also focusing not only on the Russian agenda, but also on the international agenda. And for us, it's very important to to get the international recognition for the national methodology, and we already got 2 positive references on our methodology. And also for the promotion, for us it's very important to present a national methodology and achievements of Russia and potential of Russia on the ground of COP28. So, national methodology, my friends and colleagues, Kirill Shakhmatov, focusing more on the specifics and details of national methodology, but I would like to show you key approaches which were used in our approach. So what we done, we invited the young scientists, PhD holders who knows a lot about the revetting, and for example, who knows a GG measurement on the drain peatlands, who knows very well pit mining and how to revet a drain peatland. We invited a guy, very clever guy who knows very well, so very good in remote sensing and UAV monitoring technologies and so on. And national methodology, what is really important, I would like to emphasize it, that national methodology was developed based also on the very deep international experience, not only practical, but also theoretical experience of which were implemented in different countries. Revetting drain peatlands as a carbon offset project. So our purpose is to give an impulse of self-restoration processes. What we reached during, what are our key goals for which we set in this type of climate project. So we get the high quality carbon credits, we increase the carbon accumulation, we reduce the fire risk, we restore a biodiversity, and also please don't forget about the very positive social economic impact which gained from the revetting of drain peatland. Because our purpose not only revet, but our purpose to improve a life of local people, just to employ them, not everybody, but just some people employed to create jobs on this local climate project. It's very important for us not to reach a nature goal, restoration goal, but reach a social and biodiversity goals. It's, for us, it's very important. As I already mentioned, so advantages of revetting of drain peatlands climate projects is to obtain carbon credit or units in first 2-3 years. GG emission reduction, it's varies from 4 to 70 tons of CO2 equivalents per hectare per year, low implementation and maintenance cost, lowest level of fire hazard risk on revetted drain peatland, and very clear criteria of high quality of carbon credits and units. So, conclusion of my speech. As I already mentioned, there is an enormous potential of Russia for developing of nature-based solution projects in general, as forestry, as revetting peatlands, as agriculture, area of abandoned drain peatlands much more than 0.5 million hectares. It's so much. High quality of carbon credits, rapidly growing national carbon market, and very well developed legislation. Growing interest of leading companies, not only Russian, but also the international companies. Well developed local practical experience, deep knowledge of international experience, practical experience, and international approaches, methodological approaches. And our local developed Russian methodology, what is very important. It's like a framework, it's like a way, like a light to where we go. For us, it's very important. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please, guys, please feel free and ask now or maybe later. Thank you, colleagues.
А где презентация?
I actually have follow-up question, but I think Yuri will move it to the end of the session, and now we'll just get to Kirill's presentation. So Kirill, Yuri made a great deal of explanation of what peatland projects are, what's their benefits. So why don't you run us a bit more on the scientific side of it, right? Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Dear organizers and participants, my name is Kirill Shakhmatov. I'm the researcher from Russia, and I would like to present you our results of implementation in rewetting project in Russia that have been doing for 10 years since 2011, and speak about Russian national methodology that rooted in our waste studies and practical experience. Peat production in Russia goes back under 100 years. After peat extraction, peatlands were reclaimed for different economic activities: agriculture, forestry, fishery, etc. In 1950s, the study of succession process in degraded peatlands began. To manage these territories in 1990s, the researcher embarked on the study of self-restoration processes in drained and abandoned peatlands. Rewetting was adopted as a general strategy to achieve restoration goals. Rewetting leads to fire reduction, decrease of greenhouse gas emissions, restoration of unique peatland ecosystem, and improvement of biodiversity. Ecological approach to rewetting proves to be the most effective among a variety of other strategies adopted in Russia. It's especially beneficial from the greenhouse gas perspective. On the technical side, soil and peat dams evenly distributed over the peatlands area are used to block the drainage system. This results in an even spreading of water all over the peatlands. The approach also helps to increase the peat humidity during the wet seasons and keep it at a fireproof level through dry periods. Moreover, after 1 or 2 years, all peat dams gradually become a part of the natural ecosystem. And in this slide, you can see the results of our project after 2 years. The project of peatlands restoration in Russia have been underway since 2011. 8 regions of Russia were involved in it. Restoration of natural peatlands ecosystem, creation of wetlands fit for polyculture, and the reduction of fire risk had become a reality on about 95,000 hectares. The project allowed us to accumulate a huge bulk of theoretical knowledge and practical experience that I was honored to present at the 16th Peatlands Congress in the International Peat Society organization in Tallinn, Estonia. In 2023, the methodology of rewetting of drained peatlands for climatic project was developed. Top professionals in all core areas got together and developed a document that exists as intersections of science, business, and legislation. Some important features about this. All terms and definitions correspond to international document. At the same time, this methodology is intended for national use. Therefore, some specific terms and definitions reflect general legislation principles of Russia. We observe one of the most important principles of climate project, additionally to mandatory activities. The crediting period is defined between 10 and 30 years, which meets the general criteria of all climatic projects in Russia. The methodology identifies 5 main territory criteria, selection criteria. The main ones being anthropogenic disturbance, such as peat extraction, agriculture, forestry, etc., peat depths of more than 30 centimeters, and abandoned condition at present and for the future. At the same time, title to a land plot must be officially registered as ownership or lease in compliance with international requirements. Provisions were also made for purchase of a land plot by sublease in other forms, as complies with the national legislation, which is currently developing rapidly. Russian peatlands can cover several thousand of hectares, from 10 to 5,000 and more. Because of this, the main strategy that we recommended is based on guest approach. This uses indirect factors to identify amount of emissions, such as the same type of vegetation, the average annual peatland water level, and the residual peat depth. Therefore, direct measurements of greenhouse gas fluxes can only be selective and restricted to some key areas. One class of the same type is assigned one level of greenhouse gas emissions, and further calculations are based on the hypothesis of succession, one class by another with its corresponding emission level. The methodology identifies 5 main areas where the effectiveness of the climate project is proven. First of all is a change in greenhouse gas flows. The next is a proven reduction in fire danger based on previous observations. Additionally, several indicators are identified that are difficult to calculate but can eventually be used to evaluate the effectiveness. One of them is the acceleration of the process of peatland restoration, including the restoration of biodiversity. So each carbon units from a rewetting project can have additional value compared to other climatic projects. The main sources of greenhouse gases are identified. First of all, this is the mineralization of peat, dry peat due to aerobic condition, fires, and other processes. We understand that methane fluxes can either increase or decrease in open water areas, including water transport canals. Effective management and reduction of open water areas through cultivation of polyculture can decrease methane flows. There is also a possibility of peat accumulation process resuming. When calculating the baseline, we proceed from an understanding of the traditional use of such areas. This is called business as usual. To do this, the maximum possible period of use of the peatlands must be described. Particular attention should be paid to the use of this area after the end of peat production. The established local use of the abandoned peatlands will likely define the further use of this area. When describing the project scenario and calculating the greenhouse gas flows, we recommended taking into account the following provisions: reliable assessment of the current state of the territory, detailed hydrological modeling, and the already established land use in local communities. The main principle being not to make things worse, but on the contrary, to improve the lives of local communities through the involvement in project activities. It allows to prove the social value of project and bring additional benefits to developer. Monitoring is an important stage of confirms the effectiveness of this entire climate project. It must be duly substantiated and carried out systematically. The key indicators are assessment of vegetation changes by mapping, average annual peatland water level, peat depth and moisture, and biological indicators. To confirm the level of greenhouse gases flows, it's recommended to carry out selective direct measurements of the greenhouse gases as the key sites. The risk of non-permanence is overrepresented. First of all, we recommend using a risk assessment matrix at each stage of climatic project. This is an important procedure that will allow to predict risk, their impact on the entire project and their likelihood, and to develop a plan to minimize or prevent them. In terms of minimizing the risk of volatility after the end of the crediting period, the methodology provides for discounting verified carbon units by 3%. Reduction in fire danger is one of the main results of rewetting. This brings an additional bonus, 20% of the total proven reduction of greenhouse gases flows to the developer. In conclusion, I would like to observe that abandoned peatlands in Russia are complex objects featuring a variety of landscapes. Open areas of peat, newly planted and mature forest, flooded areas, etc. For such cases, the methodology provides for the use of other national methodologies relating to forest and use and improved forest management to prove their effectiveness. Such strategy may bring additional benefit to the developer. And we're sure that our methodology complies to general climate project principles, and our verified carbon units will be adopted on the international level. Thank you for your attention.
With that, no, it works now. Thank you, Kirill, again. Now floor is to Yelena. Yelena, again, please, share us some additional insight. Why would, if I'm a corporate, why would I go for peatlands and not for, let's say, industrial-based project? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Roman. Yes, I will briefly comment on the implementation of the carbon offset project on drain peatland rewetting. My presentation is only 5 slides, so I bring to your attention the implementation of one of the first nature-based solutions in the country to climate change in the context of the Paris Agreement. In my opinion, the context of the Paris Agreement is especially relevant in this presentation because when the Paris Agreement was adopted, it inspired a lot of questions both at the international and at the national levels. One of such questions, which is still being addressed by all parties in the world, is the significance and the role of ecosystems in combating climate change. Of course, for Russia, this question is of particular significance. Why? Because Russia possesses vast lands, forest resources, other natural resources on the one hand. And of course, Russia takes account of this potential. And when adopting the Paris Agreement, Russia made a statement. Our natural resources must be protected. They must be taken the full account in greenhouse gas accounting when implementing the mechanisms of the Paris Agreement. With this said, a more recent document, the Low Carbon Development Strategy of the country, stressed again that the ecosystems need to be taken maximum account of in pursuing the national goal of decarbonization up until the 2050. A more recent Russia's new climate doctrine, which was adopted just a month ago, it also again brings us to the measures which need to be taken to combat climate change. And the doctrine stressed the unfavorable conditions that climate change creates for Russia, including high temperatures, dry periods in some regions, and then flooding in the other regions. Also, forest fires were stressed. And of course, the tool to combat these unfavorable conditions are drain peatland rewetting carbon offset projects. And of course, the climate doctrine underlines that the AFOLO projects, the forestry projects, need to be implemented in the country. I mentioned all the strategic documents not in vain. I just wanted to stress that in general, Russia takes full account of the potential of the ecosystem of the country and how it may contribute to the climate neutrality goals, not only nationally but globally. But in reality, if we look in practice, today already my colleagues mentioned that Russia has a national carbon registry and 8 projects were registered already in the registry. And if we look, 50 million carbon credits were generated, but none of these carbon credits is a credit from nature-based solutions to climate change. So this is something for the future. Just to stress that since 2019, when the Paris Agreement entered into force for the country, a lot has been done. Many national laws and the policy documents were adopted, and of course the country has still a long way to go. Okay, let's move on, and the next question I would like to discuss with you: who are the interested stakeholders who may implement carbon offset projects on drain peatlands revetting or nature-based solutions in general in the country? Of course, my first point of reference here would be large businesses, the metallurgical segment in Russia who is interested in carbon offsetting. And here, the first company that comes to mind is the company that implemented the first nature-based solution in the country, and it was an Apollo project focusing on forestry. It was combating forest fires in Krasnoyarsky region on the territory of 500,000 hectares. It was the company Rusal who initiated this process already back in 2019. Well, probably most of us hear of Rusal not because of this first nature-based solution to climate change in the context of Paris Agreement in the country, but in the context of aluminium production and, of course, different products from aluminium. And the company is also well known for its stringent sustainability targets, requirements, goals, its climate protection measures. Maybe some of you have heard that 99% of Rusal's aluminium is produced with renewable energy. This figure is simply significant. Then we know of green aluminium, which is produced with only 2.3 tons of CO2 emissions for 1 ton of aluminium. This figure is really significant because to compare, on average, aluminium production takes 5-6 times more CO2 emissions. The figure may go up to 12.5 tons per 1 ton of aluminium. Okay, my final point about the company would be that the company has long been interested in the climate protection agenda, sustainability agenda. Since 2005, we may find first climate goals of the company online. Then in 2015, when the Paris Agreement was adopted, the company revised its climate targets. In 2022, the company adopted its climate strategy. And then just recently, the new strategy on climate protection was adopted by the company, and we expect it to be made available for the broader public in the coming future, hopefully. In summer 2023, the company announced that it will implement the drained peatland revetting in project in Leningradsky region, and some steps have already been taking place. But who else is interested in implementation of the carbon offset projects on drained peatland revetting? My colleagues have already spoken about the local community who raised questions about the level of the waters in the region. This summer was one of the hottest in Leningrad this year, so the question would be how these projects influence the water level in the region. The other common concerns that we may hear from the local community is, of course, whether these carbon offset projects would generate new jobs for the local community, whether such kind of projects influence the local biodiversity and in what way. So definitely local community is a stakeholder in the process. And of course, since my colleagues are representing today the scientific community scientists, they have long been advocating for this kind of projects because they have long noticed that not only this type of projects contribute to combating forest fires, but also these projects contribute to significant greenhouse gas emission cuts. Okay, so just a few words about why peatland rewetting and for a business, and why in the Leningradsky region. Several criteria, of course, were considered, and some of them were mentioned today during the presentation. Of course, one of the key questions, how much does this project cost? How many carbon credits can a project produce per hectare? When, in which years, like how many years does it take in order to produce the first carbon units? What are the additional benefits of the projects? Whether there are other environmental, social, or any other benefits that the project generates. What else? Let me see if I mentioned everything that was considered, but some of the criteria were considered during the previous presentation as well. So these were the basic criteria that were taken into account when selecting this type of project among many other types of projects. We know that there are how many? About 200 maybe types of carbon offset projects around the world, even maybe more. So it was a difficult choice, but the choice is made, and the process has started. Leningradsky region was selected just because the most of the drained peatlands in Russia are located in the European part of the country, and that's the region where we think the most of the suitable peatlands for this particular methodology are located. To conclude, this is my final slide. I would like to stress that every carbon offset project undergoes several stages. First, this is research. This is field service, when scientists go in the field and research the territory where the project is planned to be implemented. Then we put together the project design document. We validate it. Then we actually get down to the implementation of the project. We then monitor the climate results, verify the climate results, and then register in the registry the project and its climate results. So the company right now, which implements one of the first drain peatland rewetting projects in the country, is at the stage of research, methodology development, and finalization, although it has already been publicly discussed, approved. And then we also hope to receive some international comments on the methodology. So this is where we're at now, but according to the statement of the company, in 2024, the actual implementation of the project will start. What are the future prospects? Almost all, if not all, and here I might require Wojtek to nod, I think almost all AFOLO projects face many difficulties and challenges in when facing such problems, such challenges as discussing permanency, how to ensure that the carbon credits that are generated were generated from a high-quality project and will stay so many years, I'm afraid to pronounce 100 years in time. So, but we need to somehow think about the permanency and ensure it. So how, which tools may be used, and maybe Wojtek will then today speak more about it. The other challenge is land ownership, how to ensure that peatlands, which are located in different lands, may be organized according to the laws and policies of the country, so that we may prove in the future that the carbon credits were generated from the project which satisfies the land ownership criteria. Then we also have many types of peatlands in Russia with various environmental challenges which need to be addressed. This means that one methodology for all type of peatlands in Russia is not enough, and there will be a challenge to develop new methodologies when new territories, new peatlands are researched and discovered. So let's hope that this experience that now Rusal brings to the country and to the world is valuable not only for scientists, for the company, but also for the country and for the world itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. I think we would go for questions at the end. We would have a Q&A session, and I would give a floor to Mr. Wojciech Kaliński of Global Carbon Council. And I think, Elena, you raised a good point. At least that was what's also interesting to me. I mean, there are so many types of climate projects, right? There are so many methodologies. So how, I mean, if I'm a corporate, how do I select a proper methodology? How do I differentiate whether I want to have a nature-based solution project or industrial project like fuel switch or something else? So Wojciech, why don't you give us your perspective on probably nature-based solutions?
Yeah, my perspective will be a little bit more, let's say, international, a little bit more international dimension. This, what was said here, was important from national point of view. Now we will have a little bit more of international point of view. So I will be talking about...
Wojciech, could I ask just to speak closer to the mic? Because we
now it's better?
Okay. Much better. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I will give a little bit more of international perspective to this, what was being discussed here in national perspective. But first I would like to say good early afternoon, Madame and Monsieur. So let's begin. First, I would like to offer you a little bit of information about Global Carbon Council. So we are the first international carbon market and sustainable development in Global South. We promote projects which, of course, reduce or remove GHGs, but also do not cause any kind of net harm to environment and society, contribute to UN sustainable goals, prevent which are prevented from double counting by certain type of national legislation, and of course those which are compliant with CORSIA regulations. So we are in the market from 8 years. We began in 2016 when idea was launched, then design, registry, methodology, first project submitted, then approval from CORSIA, first issuance of ACCs, which are our credits, then number of projects increased to almost 1,500 in 2022. Now we have even closer to 1,500. We have got conditional approval for the first phase of CORSIA. So yeah, we are on a good track to grow. So what are our goals and what are our initiatives? We pay a lot of attention to quality of submissions. We are developing and we will develop more methodologies on carbon capture and storage, AFOLU, green hydrogen. We are very much committed to environmental integrity. We think that this is extremely important in context of offsetting. We pay a lot of attention to avoiding of double counting. We think that climate transparency is very much important, and it highly depends on digitalization and public availability of all information which is related to our projects. We promote enhanced access to financing by connection with carbon exchanges, and we are ready for implementation of Paris Agreement Article 6.2, which allows parties to trade ITMOS, internationally tradable mitigation outcomes. So we are preparing for this. We are developing our registry, which could serve other countries as well. So this is about GCC as such. Now we are opening for AFOLU projects. So you see this beautiful perspective, which is just visible here. What kind of activities, AFOLU activities, will be eligible under GCC? It will be afforestation, reforestation, and forest restoration, improved forest management, urban forestry, agroforestry, revegetation, agricultural land management, and of course wetland and mangrove restoration. I think mangrove restoration may be of lower interest for Russia, if I'm not wrong. Okay, it seems that I'm not wrong. So we will not be talking about mangrove restoration here, but wetland restoration, including peatland restoration, is here. So what kind of lands are eligible for our projects, for being registered under GCC? So lands cannot be subject to clearing of native vegetation, conversion of native ecosystems, altering of hydrological conditions, of course, in negative direction. But in case something like this happens and is not related to project proponents may prove that it is beyond their control, so then we may consider registering such project. And why we are doing this? Because we would like to keep our all projects highly environmentally integral. What kind of climate outcome may be expected from our projects? So you see that carbon accumulation is a major outcome, and emission reduction is, is very rarely, here is up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, now it doesn't. So, no, it's not a problem at all. So you see this bold emission reduction means that it may be a bit of interest in emission reduction with this type of projects, but it is mainly carbon accumulation. Our carbon is green carbon. It's very nice carbon. However, it originates from CO2, which floats in atmosphere. And unfortunately, this carbon may come back to atmosphere again. So it is non-permanent by its nature. This carbon is at risk. And our goal in our projects is to protect it, to at least decrease this risk as much as possible. So why and how we should ensure permanence of credits when carbon is at risk? We use a non-permanence tool to calculate buffer contribution, and we use buffer approach as something very much comparable to insurance. When you buy a car, you compulsory have to pay insurance. You pay certain premium to insurance company, and in case something happens, hopefully not to you, but to your car, then this company will reimburse you with money. And buffer approach from philosophical point of view is exactly the same. This is some kind of insurance which is offered to project proponents, that they could pay some volume of credits to the buffer and they may forget about future fate of their. So how it works, how a non-permanence risk tool works. A non-permanence risk tool compares project risks with project risk mitigation activities. Under project risks, we have environmental, financial, managemental, social risks, and they all summed up. They end up with project risk measure, which is expressed in units of risk. Whatever unit it is unit of risk. Under mitigation, we have measures to mitigate the same risks which I have just listed, and we end up with a measure of risk mitigation. These two should be somehow compared, and the outcome of this comparison is estimation of unmitigated risk, and based on this buffer contribution. So this is how your premium is being evaluated, is being assessed. So how to do it? What kind of risks we should take into account? Maybe it is not Russia specific, but in general, we may expect human impact as risk. some of them with sithe, like this one nice guy on the picture, and we could mitigate this risk by imposing some kind of penalties, some kind of nice laws, new prisons, whatever, and then if we are efficient, the risk will be decreased. In case of fire, risk mitigation would be to have more fire engines to help forest in case if it catches fire. In case of pathogens, we may use, chemical spraying. We may use some kind of more nature-oriented approaches. And all of these will lead to assessment of unmitigated risk and required risk mitigation and function, mathematical function of these two will offer us buffer contribution. So then we will know how much credits, how many of them should go to the buffer. This is what from your side to the left, and how many credits, what fraction of them should go to voluntary carbon market and maybe finally monetized. I hope not with $1 bills, but something more substantial. But let's like what we get. Okay. So in order to assess how many credits we should issue for projects, we need to have baseline scenario. And in general, baseline is not so much obvious because this is counterfactual. If project is a real project, this baseline will never appear. So we are talking about something which will not exist. For this, we need to have good methodological approach because as Einstein said, making predictions is very difficult, especially if they deal with future. So here we will be dealing with future, and this is extremely difficult. So these are potential approaches, and under GCC AFOLU, we use a so-called combined tool to identify baseline and determine additionality. So from formal point of view, it should look like this. We have here stepwise approach. So first step is identification of virtually all land use scenarios which will be implementable on lands within our planned project boundary, and that must include pre-project land use and project implemented as not registered activity. So outcome of this is a list of land use scenarios which are feasible for our lands. Then we apply a legal compliance test. So we sieve out these scenarios which are prohibited by any law. So if we want to do something but it is prohibited by law, it cannot go into project, especially this type of projects which will go to international market. Then we have barrier analysis because some of these scenarios may be impossible to implement because of some kind of barriers. These barriers may include, of course, financial barrier, but also some kind of ecological barriers. It could be barrier of lack of knowledge, lack of capacity. Virtually people could do something, but they don't know that they could do something. They usually say, my grandfather did this, my father did the same, I'm continuing and I don't want to change. This might be approached. So this is one among barriers which you need to overcome while implementing a project which will go to international market. So finally, when we have got this list of land use scenarios which are not prevented by any barrier, we ask very important question, is proposed project among these scenarios which are here? If yes, and it is the only one scenario, then of course baseline is project, and project is not additional. We may forget about it. If not, we need to select baseline as continuation of pre-project land use, or baseline as the land use which allows for the greatest difference between GHG removals by sinks and GHG emissions by sources. You may see it behind our speakers, and over there is baseline, which is the most economically attractive land use scenario. So we always tend to select the worst from our point of view scenario, this one which will bring the highest removals or the lowest emissions, or this one which will bring a lot of money. But of course here we need to be also reliable, because these scenarios should be accessible for project owners. So for example, putting scenario that on our peatland I will build airport. Virtually I could do it, but these project proponents cannot do it because this is beyond their reach. So scenarios should be also connected to this, what project owners could virtually do. Okay, so if we know what is our baseline, then we may say what is our project. So in general, this is project, this is activity, you know, it must be under control, and changes in GHG emissions shall be reasonably attributable to this activity in accordance with applied methodologies. So if it happens that there is change in emissions or change in removals, but this change, of course, it occurs there, but it is not attributable to our activity at all. Had our activity occurred or did not occur, it doesn't matter, it would happen. This does not count as project. Things like this should be excluded from your calculations. So if we have project and baseline, we may talk about additionality. So the first question is project activity required by law? Or does project activity break any kind of applicable law? If our project activity is required by law, it means that in a normal situation, regular situation, it would happen also without our intervention. In such situation, our action may be performed by someone else, may be performed by state or by other type of entity, you know, enterprise. It would appear also without project, so project is not additional. Then next question is, but does our project really provide some kind of climate benefit? Because maybe we want to do something which will emit more CO2 to atmosphere than the baseline. So if no, project is not additional again. If yes, then we ask, is it first of its kind? First of its kind, it means that we have came with entirely new idea. No one has done it. So this is something really new. This is difficult. In case of follow projects, it is rather a very rare situation. So usually it is no response here. But then it is question, is it common practice? So we want to do something what everybody does. If everybody does it, it means that this action will happen also without us. So again, if it is common practice, project is not additional. If not, we need to ask question, is carbon market registration at all important for our project? Is it important or not? If we register it or do not register, will it impact our project or not? If not, it is not additional, unfortunately. If yes, project is additional. What could be impact of registration? First, it could be, of course, a possibility to generate credits and obtain income. But it could be also, for example, some kind of, for example, a bank will give us loan only if we register our project. Or some kind of company says, we will support you even without credits, but you must register because we want to be sure that your carbon project is environmentally integral, that it does not make any harm to society, to environment, that it thinks about future, whatever. So there might be many interests which are somehow ensured by registration, and they may be important for different stakeholders. And these different stakeholders could support your projects in different ways. So, okay, now our project is already additional, so we try to go to the market. I have I have already heard that in Russia there is a cap and trade emission system, so I will not talk anything about this, you know it. But where we work at a voluntary carbon market, this is baseline and credit. So this is why this baseline is so much important. It cannot be just, it seems to me that it could be baseline. No, because we will calculate number of credits. This, maybe it works, oh, sometimes it works and now no. Okay, so this yellow-green arrow over there shows the number of credits, and these credits are calculated against baseline. They will go to the market. External buyer will buy them, and what he will do? He will exchange them to real emission. So each single credit which is generated by our projects will go to the market, and it is most likely that it will be used for offsetting. Offsetting means that ton which we claim that we have reduced will be emitted to the atmosphere. So this is why precision here is very much important in order to keep this, retain environmental integrity. But how many credits we should give to our project? If our carbon increases along this blue line, should we give credits, a little bit in the beginning and a lot in the end? No. General approach is that we turn this growth curve, the blue one, we calculate area beneath this blue one curve, and we turn it into rectangle, and this is maximal number of credits to be issued for AFOLU projects. So this is not that all carbon in the end will be credited, only we will credit it to this element. So it also means that, whatever, I did what I could. So we will credit it only to this moment in which this blue curve intersects with a red horizontal line. So this dark blue curve is how we will credit it. We will credit the project to this moment, assuming that project will grow along this blue line. So it means that if we have full trust in future performance of the project, we should credit it like this. But what if we do not have it? Then we should credit it according to this red line. So we will give them nothing until we are sure what they have done. And then if we have no trust in future performance of the project, we should wait until the last moment to give credits to it. Of course, this is black and white situation which never materializes in a real world, so we always search for something in between. And we under GCC, we have proposed this NR plus line, trajectory for crediting. If you are interested in details, please come 11 o'clock this Saturday for our side event. We will be talking much more about non-permanence and non-permanence tool, and we will explain mathematics behind this NR+. Trust me, mathematics is firm, but I will not go into it. Fortunately, everything is computerized, so from point of view of user, it doesn't matter if mathematics is complicated or not, he will not see it. He will click the button. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, whatever, and numbers in the end, these numbers will be calculated by the system. This is example of a non-permanence tool, how it looks like. So mathematical complication is not a problem at all if user does not see it. If we want user to be taught about higher mathematics, no, we will not get it. But if it is hidden, no problem. It is hidden in our case. So this is outcome here. You can see what is the share of credits to go to buffer. Is project feasible or not feasible? This one is not feasible. So we say, sorry, project proponents, we like you very much, we like your faces, we like your camels, we like everything, but we cannot register your project because it is too risky, and issuing permanent credits for your carbon is too risky to us. Yes. So why I was talking about this? I was talking about this because carbon credit market is buyer's market. This is not that buyers are waiting for our credits. That shop is empty, and if they deliver something, there is a lot of customers and they will take even without opening packages. No. In this market, there is a lot of credits, and buyers come and they check, environmental integrity, this type of criterion, this type of safeguard, something. I like this project. This one I do not like. So something like this. If we come to international market with something which is of low quality, it may stay there for ages. So all your effort to open the project, to monitor it, to verify, to employ GCC, I hope, to employ GCC and our hard work to help you to go with your credits to the market will be worth nothing because no one will buy it. Credit quality speaks. So please, I beg you almost on my knees, go for quality credits. If you wish to go to international market, quality. I want, there is nice quotation from, I think it is from Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He, when talking about economy going out of crisis in 30s, he said, market, you fool. And I say, quality, project proponents. So with this, your views, questions are invited. Thank you.
Whoa. Honestly,
will we go for questions? Should I stay here or should I sit?
Yes, please stay. Yeah,
okay.
I think honestly, this is the best explanation of the carbon markets essential as I ever seen, especially things like additionality and carbon credits volumes, etc. So yeah, and I also like the point that it's really in some cases about bankability of projects. I mean, if the project is additional, then to a certain extent that increases the bankability of the project because the bank would not give you a loan if you would not be able to demonstrate that you would be generating some revenues out of carbon credits. That's a good point, I guess. Correct me if I understood it not correctly. I think the immediate question would be, can we have these slides?
Yes, of course. However, I would prefer you to use them for your internal purposes because unfortunately, and I must beat my chest, I have not got copyright rights for all pictures there. So I would appreciate not to be published.
Okay, because I assume our...
But what is more, I'm happy to respond to your questions via email as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I think let's wait for questions for audience, but now I think Archid has been waiting very long now to have a floor and to speak up, right? And I think Archid, you would be telling us some peculiarities of verification of nature-based project. So just let us know your thoughts on that. And Wojciech, I'm pretty sure would have some questions going forward.
Very good afternoon, everybody. My name is Archit. I represent Earthhood. We are validation verification bodies, and I'll just share a few thoughts on the challenges that we as auditors face and how do we make life hell of GCC once we make the submissions out there after assessing a due project. So there are a lot of slides that I have, which is a total of 1. And this is it. So request your kind attention for the next 7 minutes, and I think we should be good for lunch after that. Thank you, my colleagues, for bringing up the projects of Rusal and the methodologies and the project in Sakhalin. So Earthhood has been involved in the assessments of the documents over there, and we have found good quality. And not limited to only the revetting of wetlands projects, but talking more specifically about them. We do face a lot of challenges in the current world when such kind of projects go ahead and try to claim carbon credits. The first one I would start off by saying is the methodologies, which has been duly identified by our colleagues here in the panel as well. And there are not a lot of methodologies which are available for the revetting of wetlands. There is only one in Vera. There is good work in progress in Global Carbon Council that I understand from Kishore, Amit, and Wojciech as well. And there were two more earlier which have been discontinued for various reasons and all the limelight that Vera has been attracting these days. What I would also push the envelope on to GCC is the consideration of the regionalization of methodologies, because the tropical and temperate climate cannot be put in the same basket. So if we can go slightly more specific on the fronts of the weather conditions and the climatic conditions in the region, and come up with methodologies for the revetting of the wetlands, that'd be much appreciated. And I think I speak on behalf of the community here. I see a couple of nods from the project developers and the scientists as well when I bring up this thought. So this is a food for thought for you, all the standards who are in the hall today and the ones listening online to us. There are not a lot of projects where we can take references from when it comes to such kind of the peatlands per se. Hence, there is a lack of the best practice, so to say. So the co-benefits, the carbon pools, how many and which all need to be identified by the project developer, and how to quantify them. That's a bigger thing. So with that, if there have been a lot of projects in the past, then there could have been references, there could have been way forwards or maneuvers that the project developers and the scientists can undertake to better their project up. But right now we are looking at a very novel kind of a project. Every now and then, whenever the peatlands kind of projects come up, and I was talking to a colleague from Iceland an hour ago, and he was mentioning that you find a lot of peatlands there in Iceland, but I was like, it's hard to get to Iceland. So with that, if there is enough reference points that project developers, that scientists, that the standards can draw while preparing their documents for a project or focusing on a particular methodology, then it would be slightly more involving, but it's a long way to go. And I would encourage all the audience in the house to start thinking more and more about the peatlands and revetting of the drylands, because it's something that more work you do, it's always going to be much more required and less enough to give a good food for thought for that. I'll come to the next section of the challenges that we face, which is in terms of technology. These days there are a lot of climate tech companies coming up, and each of them thinks that mine is the best solution, mine is the best tool, and I can solve the problem of the world, which I appreciate. But they do not understand mostly that the carbon elements of things do not work in the same fashion as they think that they would work. So they are good with coding, they are good with technology, so it's a great tech company, but it's not a climate tech company unless you understand the carbon side of things. So that's something that we have also faced, because each project developer has got the right to develop their own technology and present their case or project or calculations or tools in such a manner which can be very unique from one nature-based project to the other one. Forget about just peatlands, but even if we talk about, let's say, agriculture, where we have, let's say, 7 or 8 SALM practices laid out, and then there are a bunch of farmers who are saying that I'm going to practice number 1, 3, 5, and the other bunch says that 2 and 4 are only doable. And there are finally a very small section of the farmers which say that I'm going to do them all. So the project developer in this case devises a very unique tool to calculate the emission reductions which comes to the table of the auditors. Now that tool is supposed to be the best in the world. And now, when it comes to the auditor's desk, the auditors tend to rip it apart by asking so many questions around it that even the analysts and the programmers get a headache. And if it's a job as the assessment company that if you are not getting convinced by the justifications or the calculations of any particular project, forget about nature-based. So we have to dig in deep. And then we can, or we do have the right to get into the schema and the sub-schema of the calculator tool, of the algorithm that has been written around the calculations, and everything about that. So with that, if there could be a standardized procedure or a standardized tool which could be advised or prescribed by the standards that for, yes, this kind of a project, you do have the option of A, B, and C tool, and for another kind of project, you have the option of D, E, and F tool, and you are free to pick whichever suits your project the best, so that it can potentially solve the purpose in multiple layers as to the project developers then know that which option is the best one which is suited to them or their kind of project. They can develop the capacities around it and have a fully functional trained staff which is on the job all the time. And then coming to the auditors table as well, the auditors know what do they need to be ready for in case they are expecting a kind of a project which is applying a certain kind of a tool. So the standardization is something which is lacking and which does become a big challenge for the auditors table as well. The monitoring tools and the quantification tools are all a part of the same gambit when I talk about the technological challenges or the technical challenges that we face. I think the permanence and the elements of the project as a challenge have already been identified and discussed by the colleagues, but I'll just add on to a couple of more elements over there with respect to the baseline and the additionality as well. These two are mostly correlated and go hand in hand. So if the technology or the project developer by himself, with or without using the technology, is not able to sort out the baseline of the peatland projects and justify as to what was the pre-project scenario and how his intervention is making all the difference in the world so that he can earn some carbon credits, then it is, again, going in a futile direction, and it's not a conversation that even GCC and Earthwood would like to have about a project that has been submitted. So there's another element on these kind of projects when we talk about the leakages. So there are two specific type of leakages that I would like to talk about. One is the market leakage and then the activity shifting. So with these quantified enough and placed well enough in the overall project design documents and the ER calculations, it just makes life simpler for the auditors and the registries and the standards to give a stamp of authority on the project and register the project, and also issue the same number of years, or more or less the same number of years that the project developer is claiming. In specific, activity shifting leakage is something which is more critical when we talk about nature-based solutions, or even more specific to peatland projects. As an example, I can just say that, for example, there is a cook stove project in the area, and it harvests the biomass from the nearby forest. So if I set up another project, which is the conservation of the forest right in that area, so the activity shifting leakage effect would essentially mean that the households, they do need biomass to fire up their cook stove. So instead of harvesting from a section of the forest, they will probably go to some other territory and disturb some other project which is already registered or not. I'm not commenting on that, but they will eventually harvest the biomass from a different geography, which is not that far away from the households. So with that, I'd like to take a pause there, and I will look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Archit. We are about to run out of time, so I would first ask if there are any questions from the audience. If there are no questions from the audience, you have a self-question?
You know, if there is no questions from the audience, there are two possible outcomes. everything was so clear that there is no need to ask question, or everything was so unclear that no one knows what kind of question should be asked. So please solve this problem.
Yes, I'll just have one question to you probably. It's generally applicable to any climate project, I think, not only peatlands or nature-based. So, you see, from legal and transactional standpoint, I would think it's reasonable to assume that, well, you have a corporate who is willing to offset its operations and, to achieve its, carbon neutrality goals, etc. And you have a potential project developer who is willing, to get effectively finance, at least to partially repay, its expenditures to finance a given project. So can a corporate contract in advance the carbon credits, the future carbon credits, from the project that has not yet been, developed, approved, and registered, such wise, creating, I would say, even more additionality, if you follow my question?
Yes, if this contract includes a clause that this purchase will occur only after registration. So if this is in the contract, then it should be no problem.
Effectively, it's a pre-finance. So, and do you see these structures in practice, or it's something very rare and uncommon?
Yeah, it happens. It happens that there are companies which are interested in environment, and they, in fact, initiate some kind of ideas, what kind of projects could be implemented somewhere. So it is nothing wrong in it.
Thank you. Yelena, you had a question or comment? Oh, okay.
Hi, thank you for a great presentation, all of you. Guðmundur from the International Carbon Registry. Just a quick question regarding the validation of the methodology. What's the status of that, and if it has undergone validation, what was the criteria for the validation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. On Monday, I just had discussion with Oksana Gagunska. She mentioned that the so-called third wave of the methodologies has to be published on the site of the registry. Yeah, so now it's published. And at the beginning of next year, it has to be a GOST, as you know, a state standard. Let's see. So it's position of the IGK and its position of the National Register, something like that.
If I may have a small question, Wojtek, did I understand you correctly that GCC opens for nature-based solutions? So the program will kick off when? This year? And then what is the potential for the carbon offsets on peatland revetting? I think it was in the second line or something.
We are now we have already launched our project standard document, legal document for public comment. So if you wish, you may go to our website and comment. The more critical remarks you provide to us, the more happy we will be. So please feel free. Help us to improve it if need be. So my opinion is that we will be fully opened in first quarter next year. And with respect to peatlands, we do not have methodology for peatlands as of now. So if interest will happen with respect to projects of peatlands, we will think what kind of methodology could be implemented there, how to design it, maybe together, maybe taking into account specific conditions. Then if methodology comes, projects will be welcome as well.
Thank you. If no further questions, oh, still have a chance, I would thank very much our speakers. I would thank, I'm sorry. Any follow-up comments from you, Archit? Yeah, well, I would thank every speaker of ours that we had today. So I thank Yuri, Kirill, and Yelena for sort of explanation of what's going on in terms of Russian practices these days with the peatlands and a bit broader with the carbon market in general. I would thank Wojciech for this very insightful deep dive, I would say, into carbon markets, additionality, and all these concepts. And of course, I would thank Archid for this explanation of the challenges and verification and all of this stuff. So I would also thank our audience for being here, for your engagement and questions, and we look forward. And now the mic is, again on. And the news is I will not be moderating the following session because it's my third one for today, but I will stay here. So thank you very much. Have a great day and stay in Dubai. Thank you.